floods into the United States in the attempt to push stuff down our throats. And the Swiss billionaire guy, who is believed to be behind a lot of the Measure 1 money and a lot of the Arabella Associates money, I'm just astonished, and I am very grateful that Americans for Prosperity is on the ramparts. Head over to AmericansForProsperity.org. Join it. I was in Ohio when I heard about Measure 1 from Dave Yost, Elliot Boss, the Attorney General of Ohio, and I couldn't believe it. And then I heard from the Secretary of State, Frank LaRosa, about Measure 1, and Measure 1 was defeated. People do not want foreign money in our elections. I'm a complete First Amendment absolutist. If you want to spend money on anything, there's no limit that can be put on it. It's speech, but not foreign money. We didn't want Russian interference in 2016. There wasn't any. And there was some, but it was not consequential material or directed by Donald Trump. Russia was nonsense. But we do not want this guy in Switzerland deciding how we're going to draw congressional lines in Ohio. So I am all for that, and I am grateful to Americans for Prosperity for putting on that event for Bernie Moreno that I was able to learn about Measure 1, and I hope I help push the defeat of that. I'm very, very grateful to AmericansForProsperity.org for doing that kind of work. Hey, there's a lot over at Hugh Hewitt on YouTube. Go and sign up. You will not get a Dwayne's World until Wednesday, I believe, but you can get Highly Concentrated Hugh every day. Everything we put at YouTube and the entire show as well over at the YouTube channel. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Generalissimo. I'll be back tomorrow with Kevin Roberts, among others, on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-520-2484. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-520-2484. That's 800-520-2484. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-TERM-LIFE. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life.
I'm Eben Brown. The 2022 landmark Bruen ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court nullified many of New York State and City's strict requirements for obtaining firearm ownership and carrying permits. The decision has been cited many times since in successful attempts to do away with a number of firearms laws across the country. The ruling created a test for gun laws, requiring that laws restricting gun use be rooted in a historical tradition. But now the Supreme Court is refusing to hear a challenge out of Hawaii. Christopher L. Wilson was arrested in Hawaii in 2017 for carrying without a license on private property. But the court dismissed the charges citing Bruen, but then Hawaii's Supreme Court reinstated things, calling the Bruen decision fuzzy. Hawaii prosecutors call it a matter of state law, and even Justice Kavanaugh in the Bruen opinion wrote that states can still require licenses. And those are your bullet points. I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
They may have found a motive. On Lisa Brady, Fox News, a day after the deadly mass shooting at a Christian school in Wisconsin, where police say a 15-year-old girl killed a fellow student and a teacher, wounding 6 others before killing herself.
Identifying a motive is our top priority. But at this time, it appears that the motive was a combination of factors.
Madison Police Chief Sean F. Barnes won't go into details yet to avoid jeopardizing the investigation. He also says they're still working to confirm whether what some are calling a manifesto posted online came from the suspect. And he's asking for the public's help as they investigate the suspect's social media profile. They're cracking down in Colorado.
It is an incredibly crime-riddled complex that I think we have been focusing on, the city of Aurora has been focusing on.
Aurora Police Chief Todd Chamberlain after a home invasion in the same suburban Denver apartment complex where there were viral videos of armed Venezuelan gang members in the hallways earlier this year.
And without question, the tension will not stop until every individual that victimizes somebody else will be held accountable or be removed from that complex.
In the home invasion, police say 2 people who had complained about security on social media were kidnapped, taken to a vacant apartment and tortured while their apartment was burglarized. 14 people have been arrested. The Pentagon says with more than 1 million drones registered in the U.S., thousands are in flight every day, and most are hobbyist, commercial, or law enforcement.
Is it possible that some of those drones could be up to malign activity? It's entirely possible, but the vast majority, that is not, the case.
Pentagon spokesperson Major General Pat Ryder also says the drones flying near U.S. military installations is taken seriously, but is not new. The House Intelligence Committee getting a briefing today from the FBI and CIA on recent drone sightings. America is listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Is charged in a 7th death.
Rex Heuermann has been indicted on second-degree murder charges in the death of 24-year-old Valerie Mack, whose remains were found on New York's Long Island in 2000, but not identified until 2020. Suffolk County, New York District Attorney Ray Tierney says officials never stopped investigating.
The lives of these women matter. And, we as investigators, we understand that. Obviously, no one understands it more than the families.
Michael Brown represents Heuermann, who has pleaded not guilty.
He has said from day one he is not responsible for these murders.
Brown says he plans to file a motion to separate the murder charges.
Each case should rise and fall on its own.
In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A tech consultant is convicted of killing the Cash App founder Bob Lee, who was stabbed last year, found staggering on a deserted street in San Francisco calling for help. The jury finding Nima Mameni guilty of second-degree murder. Prosecutors say he was angry about Lee introducing his younger sister to a drug dealer. Mameni called the stabbing self-defense and said Lee was the one who pulled out the knife. Though Mameni's prints were on the weapon, he's facing 16 years to life in prison. Vice President Kamala Harris urging young people to stay in the fight following her election loss.
The true test of character, Vice President Kamala Harris told a group of high school and college students, is resilience and persistence.
In the face of an obstacle, do we throw up our hands or do we roll up our sleeves?
Harris did not specifically mention President-elect Trump or signal her own political future.
We must stay in the fight. Every one of us.
Harris delivered a similar message earlier this week at a holiday party for Democratic Party leaders.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. An hour to the close, a deepening sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow's down 369. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
It's not just fast, it's fiber fast. Save as much as $1,000 with a Beam Plus internet bundle at IT&E. Enjoy fiber class speeds at home and infinite data on your phone. Plus, bring home up to $200 in Amazon gift certificates and a free Amazon Fire Stick. Installation is free. Visit ITE.net or any IT&E store today to upgrade to the next generation of faster internet. IT&E, connections that matter.
Before Simba, there was Mufasa. Discover his legacy, his struggles, and the bond that defines a kingdom in the new film, Mufasa.
The circle is broken. There will be one Lion King.
Mufasa, run! Listen to Boss 104, Star 101, and The Point for a chance to win free movie passes. Watch with us at Regal Cinemas on December 20th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. for some amazing giveaways. Thank you to our sponsors, Little Wang's Pet Life and the UOG Endowment Foundation. Special thanks to Proline Automotive.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets.
1 week left. 7 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Hafaday and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Wednesday, the 18th of December. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. The Supreme Court of Guam corrected sentences for a convicted murderer and has asked the trial court for post-conviction proceedings after an appeal. Eligio Adriatico, who was convicted of killing 9 people in the 1980s, filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. Adriatico is currently serving 40 years out of 11 life sentences and 150 years in federal prison in California for shooting 7 people in 1983. Within a year in jail, he also killed 2 prisoners in the Guam Department of Corrections. In 1987, the Ninth Circuit denied an appeal from Adriatico. Meanwhile, the Manyengan concentration camp in Jonya has been designated as a National Historic Landmark by Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland, as stated in a release. Haaland announced the designations of 19 new National Historic Landmarks, and Manyengan concentration camp was one of them. Manyengan was the site where the Japanese military forced thousands of Chamorros to march and stay toward the end of World War II in 1944. Every year, a memorial is held at the site. The Manyengan Memorial Foundation says it's pleased that the site has been designated as a National Historic Landmark. We'll have more news after this.
Santa's come in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
A second man is accused of being part of an assault outside a Tumon club that sent one man to the hospital, according to a magistrate's complaint filed in Superior Court of Guam. Jumel Michael Baza was charged with aggravated assault as a third-degree felony and unlawful restraint as a misdemeanor. He is the second person to be charged in connection to the assault. Last week, Christian Ramos Regis was charged with aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. One person was sent to the hospital with injuries that left him unable to work, documents state. And finally, the Guam Community College will host the One-Stop Registration Opportunity Fair tomorrow in the Multipurpose Auditorium in Building 300. The free event is open to the public from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. New or returning students can register on-site for the spring 2025 semester, which starts on January 8th. And those were your top stories right here in The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I got you. 6:09 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots going on in the table of contents. I'll rush through the weather here just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening. Got pictures of the sunrise on the eastern side of the island. That'll help us into the chat as we make our way into Wednesday. A week away from Christmas. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast. I got partly sunny skies with otherwise with highs near 88 degrees. Winds out of the east up to 18 miles an hour. Going to see gusts as high as 24. We'll get Landon on the line a little bit later on to discuss that and other weather hazards that you need to know about, especially if you are going to be doing some traveling in the next little bit. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast for tonight. Mostly cloudy skies with lows around 77 degrees. Breezy again all day, all night. Scattered showers and thunderstorms could be following us around until tomorrow morning into the midday. And by Thursday night, just regular, mostly cloudy skies. Partly sunny on Friday with highs near 87 degrees. Mostly cloudy on Friday evening with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. With a heat index, things going to feel like 96 degrees today. About a 30% chance of rain. Some of that has already fallen. I was looking over at the National Weather Service radar imagery a little bit earlier, and it's showing there's a line, a column, if you will, a couple of columns of weather going to be washing over Guam coming out of the southeast in just a little bit. Try to stay ahead of that before you get to the office. Sunrise at 6:38. The sunset tonight is going to be at 5:58. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Holiday deals are here at GTA. For a limited time, get 50% off any iPhone 15 series smartphone. Get an iPhone 15 Plus for less than $13 a month, or get an iPhone 15 Pro Max for less than $17 a month. Don't need a new phone? Bring your own phone to GTA and we'll give you a $300 credit when you activate a new line with our Live Unlimited plan. That's like 4 months free. Come into GTA and check out our holiday deals today. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. GTA. We start the holidays with you.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL. American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, as well as Guam Regional Medical City. They are your health care partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Dragon fruit. It's the dragoniest fruit. Oh, you didn't know I was musical like that, huh?
Yeah.
How about that, eh?
You made that all up on your own.
Right there at the top of my head, buddy. Right there off the top of my head. 6:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Thrilled like a little boy a week away from Christmas and Christmas holidays and Christmas and holiday cheer. I was feeling a little bit of that holiday cheer last night. I got
You were.
I was almost completely.
You were around good people?
Yeah.
It
was nice. Governor and her husband was there over there. Went to that GHRA thing. And it was nice. All kinds of people, and everybody.
Nice.
Well, a little mixer with people in the travel and in the hospitality and the restaurant business. So you get the conversations all kind of started off the same way, and then it all kind of veered into other directions and other courses like how are you doing with your Christmas shopping? Where are you getting your gift certificates? What are you buying? So and so, and naturally the other question: what do you think about those drones in this drone story in the States? And that occupied a lot of conversation going on. Welcome, as I said, to the program. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255, 888-TALK.
Dude, you're speed-editing.
Am I?
You're speed-editing.
You know what it is?
Officer.
There's no
what it is.
There's no Donna here, and so Norman comes in and does the news, and then he immediately leaves and goes to the green room.
Splits, man.
And so I feel like, okay, whatever I've got in my head,
Back to wardrobe.
better get out of my head. Why does Guam even have a soccer team, bro?
Because we got to put something up, man.
Okay, I'm just saying. There's a couple of Guam soccer stories about a game that they played against Hong Kong. And
yeah,
I'll go over the scores on that in just a little bit. I got some good news coming in from the world of hospitality that I did not get from the thing last night. There's a couple of stories about big promotions in Korea that are going to be lining up over in this direction. In the meantime, I'm still kind of looking through some of the paperwork and stuff that I printed out here this morning, and getting to some very interesting stories. I was I'm sure disappointed on behalf of my friends in the Republican Party to hear that Tom Fisher is departing the Republican caucus.
No.
Yes, no, it's true. It's true.
I never saw it coming.
What? You're kidding? Really?
I'm blindsided.
How about that? Anyway, so where's the picture that I had? This is a picture of. Wait. I don't know why it's just funny to me. And maybe if you're watching on the visuals, this is a picture of Therese Terlai singing out loud. And
oh man,
after she got to know
she's got that Marwar.
Senator Fisher was leaving the Republican caucus, and according to KUAM, Nick Delgado says he's considering a run for Attorney General.
Nick Delgado?
No, not Nick Delgado. Tom Fisher is considering a run for attorney. Did you smoke already?
He wants to be a judge.
Did you smoked already, right?
I did.
Anyway, so there's a bunch of other stuff in the table of contents. I've fished through this over the course of the morning and see if we can line up any interesting people that we can talk to about all of these incredible passages here before we get really to the big story, which is what are we all going to be doing for Christmas? Has anybody figured all that stuff out? You got your family plan together yet, Real Joe?
Yeah.
So
we're gonna eat somewhere.
KFC, Burger King. What do you guys?
Chamorro Village, Ray Gibson. That's where we're going.
Where's the free turkey?
The three choice.
I want the three. Where's the free turkey? Where's the Salvation Army giving out the free turkey? That's the one that I want to go to. All right. Well, I get around to some other stuff. Today is a couple of things. Now, if you're just watching, if you're just tuning in, it's 1 week till Christmas. That's the theme for today's program. If you're watching this on the Facebook allows me to theme things out. So the theme for today's program on Facebook is 1 week till Christmas, and honey makes a good gift. I'm just saying it's a special event for later on. It's I Love Honey Day. It's also Roast Suckling Pig Day, but I don't know if Dennis Larson has access to a whole lot of roast suckling pigs. But
honey suckling.
Honey roast suckling pig. But anyway, so I want to see if what it takes now to get to some honey into the hands, because I know a lot of the beekeepers here on Guam probably have honey coming out of their ears. Right? Like the first one, it was all adventure. And now after they've been doing it for about a year and they got 18 of these hives at the house, all of a sudden it's probably got honey coming out of their ears. Don't know what to do with it. So I'm kind of curious as to, are you guys selling that anywhere? Any of the pop-up things that are coming up, are you selling any of that so that people can go and buy as much honey as they want to, little things, and then hand those out as holiday presents? Is that Dennis Larson? Is that B-Man Dennis Larson?
He's so sweet.
Actually,
he's very mean this morning.
You know what? That's my favorite Dennis Larson.
Yeah, you're right.
When there's a little bit of surly that goes along with that sweet honey cast that he's got. On the screen right now on the visuals, looks like some kind of dragon fruit that is growing. You know what? If you want to, I can cut that thing down for you, right? It's like a weed?
Yeah, it is, man.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Dennis.
Just give them away.
Half a day. So you got the dragon fruit growing, and now correct me if I'm wrong. There's two versions of dragon fruit, right? There's one that's got little spiky things, and then there's another one that's a little bit more smooth.
Yeah, well, we have two specific ones that we do here, which is white and red. So the fruit on the outside, they look the same, but the white ones are actually a little bit more elongated than the red ones. But the red ones are a little sweeter, I think.
Right. Now, how long did it take you to get that particular the thing that I'm looking at on the screen? And it looks, for those of you that are listening on the radio or can't see the screen, it kind of a big bushy thing. It looks like it's at least as tall as Real Joe, and a number of leaves around the thing that eventually flower out, and then we'll make dragon fruit.
Compared me to a dragon fruit.
Dragons. Yes, Dragon Man.
I got that cutting about 5 years ago from John Jockson, and I put it in the ground there, and it's right next to the chicken coop, so it loves the chicken shit in the dirt. Oops, can I say that on there? Yeah,
too late now. Too late now.
Loves the chicken shit, and they grow nice and tall. So.
No, actually, you can't say it on the air. Just for clarity, just so you know. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. Chicken poop, I think, would be appropriate. I think most people, even the little kids, will understand the concept. Now, are you going to be selling that? Is that just for hobby?
Well, actually, my favorite thing to do with those is make fruit roll-ups with them. I take them and blend them up into a slurry, roll them out, and put them in the dehydrator, and we make dragon fruit roll-ups.
I never heard of that. Okay, one of these days I'm going to come up to the ranch and try some of that. Now, I'm trying to do a solid for my friends in the beekeeping community because, as I said, you probably got honey coming out of your ears these days, and you've run out of friends to give the honey to, and so I'm curious as to where you and some of the other bee folks might be selling your honey, because I think that makes a great gift. You know, so we've all talked about support local, support the environment, support nature, support the bees, and so I want to see if I can help you sell some honey today.
Yeah, we absolutely appreciate that. Mine is available over at all of the Shirley's coffee shops locally here in Guam, and also, of course, up here at the farm. And we did just bottle up a whole bunch the last few days, so people have been calling and stopping by and getting it for the holidays.
So all the Shirleys on Guam have got your honey there.
That's correct. Go up to the front counter. It's right at the right at the checkout. Says Fresh Guam Honey. You'll see my little display there. So, yeah, support local, 100%, absolutely. And we've got a really good flow going on right now. The dry season, the flowers are coming out. Bees are making honey. It bounced back from Mawar.
Cool.
And, everything is just rocking and rolling right now.
Do you know about any of the other guys? I mean, I love your honey, but there's so many different varieties of it growing because of the peculiarities of where these hives are, and oftentimes different flavors, different colors of the honey. Do you know if anybody else is? I'm thinking Pack Beer's probably got some kind of crazy operation, right?
I think Paul Packbeer probably got some nice fresh stuff. It's island honey, and then we have Hoppaday honey. Mr. Rod Greeno, of course, he's got. I'm sure he's got some by now, but I don't know. I haven't been in touch with the other beekeepers too much lately. We just got back from our big whirlwind Europe trip.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, if you hear anything from them, let me know, and we'll be happy to get it on the air. I think a lot of people are going to be looking for kind of unique last-minute gifts, something just to, I was thinking about you, and you're so sweet, and I wanted to give you honey. And today is I Love Honey Day, so I wanted to get started with that. So all of the Shirleys, and it's let me point this out because I think it's also important. Dennis Larson is already a man beyond your wildest dreams in terms of riches and money and things like that. So please, you don't have to worry about the money that comes in from the honey that he sells goes and supports veterans here on Guam.
Yeah, we take a portion of all of ours actually, and it goes to the veterans. So yeah.
Yep, that's it. I want to make that very, very clear. So you're obviously helping him get rid of the honey, number one, and helping the veterans as well. 6:22 in the morning, hugging a kiss to Mrs. I'll see you soon.
I'll do that. You have a great day. Be at ThePOINT.
Yep. Merry Christmas to you, Dad. 622-888-2555-888-TS. I'm thinking too fast for my own self. All right, so all
Dennis
the Shirley's place. Yeah. I mean, just a homegrown, honey made from here. Don't buy it in the grocery stores. Only buy it from people that actually have bees in the backyard like this guy. 6:22 in the morning. Let's talk about these bee heads here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Yes, they're all the same, just like the dragon fruit on the outside, but they're different on the inside, right?
Yes.
Just like people. It's like that. I gotta work on something. I don't know why.
Different filling.
Was it hearing about that story coming out of the States? And I know I should not be going in this direction, but they're talking about the shooter, and they think they might have come up with something like a manifesto. And it occurs to me, Joe, I don't have a manifesto.
No, you don't.
I don't have.
We need to work on that.
I should have a manifesto.
You should have AI write you a manifesto.
Oh, that's a good idea.
See what that spits
I'm gonna work on that. Wait, AI generate a manifesto for rickets. Okay, got you. 6:20. I'm writing it down because if I tell you to do it, it's not going to happen. JB San Nicolas at number 1 here this morning is the first guy to chime in. And I even started the feed just a little bit earlier
God,
than I
he's up
normally
early,
do.
man. What's bothering you, man?
Cannot sleep. I got to do the
What's
countdown.
on your mind?
I got to do the countdown. Bandits Online, JB's countdown to Christmas, 6 days, 18 hours. Henry McLutton watching the program. The original Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, hanging out, saying good morning, Ray, Nana, Joe, and Jerry. The guy you're not remembering his name is Norman. He's doing the news these days for Donna.
Yes, Norman.
Who is, where do we say she was?
Dude, I don't even know where she went.
Cebu. I think she's. I think she
that's
posted
pretty
something.
cool.
She's on it. If she's not, I think she's Japan on the way to Cebu right now. So those of you that are stalking her, like Jerome, Ismael Velez online, Lonnie with an eye solace. There's Brendan Foster. We're all strong because of Eric Chong. Stephen Liz are online. Jesse Nanette Aurelio Pareda, Zan Big Man Rico Blancaflor.
Baba Yaga
says halfway day, almost the weekend. Gemma Bustamante.
Hang in there, dude.
Gemma Bustamante online. There's Nick Perlowski sending out his hoik. Stephen Lynch says, what happened to the promised $300 million allotted for the new hospital while our governor continues to neglect the current one? Yeah, tell it to the AG there, Steve. I got Mike Grace Bloss. Lori with a wide way. That's Attorney General Moylan, not soon to be Attorney General Fisher.
Oh, okay.
If that story from KUM is true. I mean, I believe Nick Delgado. If he wrote that, then it must be in there. Mark Anthony says, get the coffee started. There's Sarita Garins and Maganda Numaga Point Familia. That's Balloon Smuggler #1 already online.
Sarita.
Henry Manglotnids and B-Man Dennis Larson is in there as well. So is, let me see, Ismail says, remember when Trump said during the debate that gangs were taking over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and the media laughed at him and the cackler cackled? Well, the police went into that same exact building and found that the gangs had the tenants hostage bound, some even stabbed. My understanding is the stab wounds aren't life-threatening.
Oh, no, they're not.
Where do you get stabbed where it's not life-threatening? Because it seems to me that most of the places on your body where, I suppose there, I don't know.
The pinky toe.
In Godfather, when a guy got stabbed in the hand, he died.
Yeah.
They strangled him, but I mean, he was
kind of weak. Though,
one
Ray.
thing led to the other. I got that Felix Bamba. So Ismael, when I heard that story on the Fox News, my first thought was, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Yes, and they cackled about that, but it's
terrific.
true. It turns out it is true. Felix Bamba and Mike Grace Bloss, Abade Senator Vince Borja, Lori with a Y, like I said. There's Keena McCausland saying good morning to the Point Familia. Remind me to go over the football scores later.
Oh, there were games, right?
Yeah, there were games yesterday, and they ended exactly the way you thought they would. The guys with more wins in their W column beat the guys with more L's in their column. So you can look at it like that. Let me see. Sarita says, "I love wild raw honey." You know, now I want Steve Love to say the same thing. I love wild raw honey. God. There you go. Jerome McDonald online. Kamusta Sarita, Margaret Estaquios, and Ursula Franquez Garrido. Mike Grace Bloss. Half a day 2. Always Mike Grace says, Kung Pao, if you know, you know. Let them eat honey, says Dennis Larson. Big Man Rico, like I said, Auntie Bennett, Lujan, Duane, Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
As it turns out.
Hey, morning, guy.
There's Gerald Young, Avade, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Dueña saying good morning to all of our favorite Republicans out there. Who else is online with us this morning? Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist. And let me see, Bandit is there. Excuse me, F. Ramos, Buenas and Avade to Bunker Mano. Looking for some new names here. Alicia Dueñas, Anderson online. The Michelle Conception hanging out. What's that? Bunker says weekdays is the week, W-E-A-K, D-A-Z-E.
Good morning, Michelle Conception.
We look forward to the weekends because the week ends. I get you. The Christine Oliver says, good morning. I'm freezing. Oh, oons. Yes, thank you very much. Let me see if I recognize this name.
Cold.
It's Tony and Annette Unpinko Ada online. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada.
He was always there.
He never left. Andy Terlahi, let me see. Andy, what's that? Fisher planning on running for AG, Attorney Peter Santos. What do you say about that?
Oh, wow.
I suppose we got to get him on the phone, too.
That's an interesting opinion. I want to hear.
Ali Malakas is online. Let me see. I got Sarita says, I love honey for Christmas. And that's a lot of dragon fruit, she says. I know. That's got to be a thing. I don't know any Filipinos that don't have dragon fruit growing in the yard somewhere.
No, it's too easy.
Right? Well, no, that's not true. I
had to get rid of them, man. They were going wild.
I have a friend, and she came over one day to a running thing with a bunch of clippings. And she's just giving them out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, what do you do with this? She says, oh, this is so easy. You just put it in the ground. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I went outside and I found a place where I have ground, and I dug a hole in it, and I put the thing in.
Oh God!
And a couple of weeks later, it drooped, Joe. It flagged.
And this seems to happen with most of the plants people give you, Ray.
Vim and vigor.
And I don't understand.
At any rate, so it didn't make it. And my next door neighbors are Filipino. And
yeah,
so,
they are.
So they've got a thing. They must have like super fertile grass or something at their place, or a lot of chicken poop. I'm not sure.
They do everything better.
They stick it in the ground, and then days later, boom, a week later, it's bearing fruit. You just go, how do you guys do that? It's amazing. And the other amazing thing is, I don't know if I should. They don't share. As soon as the dragon fruit leaves start hanging over the fence over on my side,
climbing over,
they grab it and pull it over.
They whip it over.
They grab it over to their side.
Man.
Yeah, that's fun.
What did you do to them?
I don't know what I did. Michael Jordan McCleary says, Havade Payless has plenty local honey. Go get him. F. Ramos online. Red dragon fruits for Sarita, she says. Bunker says white and red in. Star fruit says F. Michael Jordan McCleary says, which one is better, white or red dragon fruit? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, God, the debate.
What was the name of... There was another restaurant right next to Mosa's once upon a time. You know where they got the healthy, the Boca Box thing?
Oh, yeah, 9th Street.
9th Street.
Yeah, 9th Street Rotary.
They used to have, and I was
shout out
so
Mark Duenas.
Right?
Yeah.
They used to make their own dragon fruit ice cream.
And Jay Tyron, yeah.
God, it was good. That was, I mean, you go there for the sushi and a cold beer.
Stuff there.
And then, but then why are they closed? Where are they making that now? Like at their house?
I don't know, Marwar.
Marwar did it to him.
Maybe it was a Marwar.
Francis Duffy online. Let me get back to the list here. There's Ben Servino and Lou Mendiola. Benny C. Rosalind saying, good morning, all. Merry Christmas. Nice to have family around here. Michael Jordan McCleary says, does eating local honey help with allergies? Natural antibiotic, dude. Brittany Tollefson says, morning, Point Familia. Dennis Larson.
Good morning, Britt.
Oh, I got my hive. I'd love to link up and find a queen bee when we get on island after Christmas. All right, he's definitely the guy to get that going.
We're all looking for a queen bee.
Hey, Britt, I thought you were the queen bee. Queen Brittany. There we go. F. Ramos online, Bill Fritton, EOD Kabul. What do we know about EOD, guys?
Hot wives and great dads.
Absolutely. Let me see. There's Simon Sanchez says a week before the big day. Wait, a big day Christmas or big day we're turning on the Ukadu power plant? maybe a little bit longer.
That's right. You're going to hit the switch, right, Ray?
For that. Carol Ann Prune. They're going to have everybody hit this switch. Everybody will get a
like the HBO launching,
like at Tony Ada's funeral parlor. You know, everybody gets to press the button on the thing.
Oh my God, Ray!
Linda Garcia, Janine Bloss is online. Hi, Janine. Did you see the picture of her that she posted?
No,
the story picture.
She won't let me in her social media.
Smart move.
Yeah,
but
profile's locked. Bro.
I'm gonna see if I can snag it. I'm gonna see if I can screen cap it because not least it's like stories you can't download them out on Instagram.
You can't do it anymore.
So you gotta go in there and do a screen cap. All right. So quick look at who's playing around on the YouTube side this morning. I got James Bondo, Gemma Bustamante, Tommy Garcia. There's Tommy Napati, Buenos Anafade to Tattoo Sean Gumatau out here. MP Ogo says, what? It's already Wednesday, and he says it's a wet Wednesday where he's at. Our favorite guy artist Ron Castro lurking on this side as well. Rico Blancaflor keeping things cool. Jay Swizzle.
In the Izzle for shizzle.
Saying Merry Christmas Izzle. And Bad Boy 671. Bad Boy 671. Barbecue says off the day. I'm sorry. You remember that song?
No, you're not.
Dizzubble Dizzutch?
I do remember these.
Do you know how to do that gangster ghetto talk?
I do not. I don't, man.
Guarantee there's somebody listening right. Guarantee somebody's listening right now.
I only know the Buffalo stamps.
That knows how to gigolo.
Yes,
so
that
good.
one.
6:33 on the Ray Gibson Show. It's so much fun we're going to have today. Don't you dare touch that dial. Tell you what, if you don't already have a table of contents, then we'll give you one right now in the form of the first big look at news and headlines with Norman Analista. Buenos Anafade. Norm, what's going on?
Hafide Ray, Hafide Guam. The possible resurrection of Guam's never-enforced 1990 abortion ban is still being argued in federal court, despite the U.S. Supreme Court declining to hear arguments in the case this past October. Attorney General Doug Moylan wants a federal appeals court to lift the injunction on the old abortion ban, but Governor Lulian Guerrero and a number of doctors that want abortions provided on Guam argue the matter should be thrown out. Guam's decades-old abortion ban, Public Law 20-134, was previously declared unconstitutional by federal courts. Meanwhile, the final session of the 37th Guam legislature is not quite over yet. Lawmakers are scheduled to reconvene before the end of the month as Rules Committee Chairman Senator Chris Barnett moved to recess until December 30th at 9 in the morning in anticipation of any vetoes from the governor. And finally, Hertz has awarded Triple J Rentals the prestigious Franchise of the Year for the Asia and Pacific Islands region, recognizing its exceptional growth, operational excellence, and commitment to customer service, says a release from the company. Highlights from the award period of July 2023 to June 2024 include a 20% revenue growth, the largest in the region. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, studio time, 6:35 in the morning. Let's see how fast I can get Grok to come up with a manifesto for the Ray Gibson Show. You can join in, and we'll find out what's going on early into traffic after these. Stay there.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo. Attention, all sales superstars! Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tamuning.
Oh, Grok is letting me down here this morning. I've asked Grok to write my manifesto, and Grok says, I need more details to write a manifesto. What are the main points or themes you want to focus on? All right, so theme number 1, my misogyny. What do you say? We'll start with that?
Let's start with that, man.
All right, good plan. First, we'll let... oh, good Lord.
That's so much work, dude.
Yeah, but now Grok says, I will not write or assist in creating content that promotes or endorses misogyny or any form of discrimination.
Uh-oh.
God. This is why
Grok's a
I
woman.
went from paying $22 a month on for my ex down to the lowest price day for the where you can still be verified. I think I'm like a $4
just gender revealed
$4 a month
dude.
guy here. Yeah, well, I don't know. Grok is a metrosexual or something like that. 6:37 in the morning. There's no traffic. I don't see any traffic. As you're taking a look at the whole map, I'll even prove it to you by putting it up on the screen here. Nothing happening all over the place. It's almost non-existent north of the village of Jigo. Southbound from there, Matagua passed by the Payless and all of the other stuff. Maybe a little tiny bit of intersection traffic, but it's a straight shot all the way to the Micronesia Mall. Don't you? It shouldn't see anything there that's going to slow you down. Maybe a little bit of traffic getting into the gas station, but after that, straight shot all the way from there into Upper Tumon, then Tamuning and East Agana, and then finally Agana. So this is looking really, really good. 8, 10, and 16, likewise running fairly clear. Hardly seeing anything on Route 8. Hardly seeing anything crazily on Route 4. Tiny bit of traffic up and down on Route 10, but nothing other than intersection traffic that's going to slow you down. Downtown Agana all the way to Big Navy and Suma. It's looking pretty good here this morning. Enjoy the drive while you're out there. Studio time 6:38. Ray Gibson on The Point.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply. The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time only, we are offering the whole house system of a Connecticut non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the incredible discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and 1-year limited warranty. Hurry, this sale is on until December 29th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301.
Oh my God, this grok is really disappointing. So I went from misogyny to male chauvinism, and so I'm doing that. Create content that objectifies. I like this. So I said, okay, what about this? What about my appreciation for Asian females in bikinis? To which Grok replies, I will not create content that objectifies or fetishizes individuals based on their ethnicity or appearance. So apparently I may have to do it the old-fashioned way and write my manifesto by my own hand. In the spiral notebook,
cursive,
something like that. Yes, no one will be able to understand it ever. Here's a deal we can all get behind. End of the year steal deals over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Easy trip. Go check out their place on the computer first. Take a look at the inventory. Take a look at the rides, and you'll say, am I the kind of person that can drive this car? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I want you to get a car that will redefine your life in 2025, and it won't cost you a whole lot of money. You can get yourself into a Sentra for the price of a Versa. And now you're going, yeah, but I want a Versa. What's the what is the comparative for that? I don't know. They put it on the web. Go and take a look at it. NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Maybe I don't understand what a manifesto is. Maybe I got to look it up a little bit more and see what exactly. Is that like my words to live by, my mottos, my credos, etc. Is that one of the things that you create your own manifesto? Everybody, that's your assignment. That's your assignment for today is come up with some kind of a manifesto. That way, if you're ever involved in any kind of heinous news making, make the national news headlines on
make it easy
some
to
crazy
find.
thing that you did, then we'd be able to find a manifesto that outlined your craziness. And bonus points, post it online. Post it online, not like dark internet, like
everybody
Reddit.
do it simultaneously.
Yes,
post your manifesto.
I want it on Threads. I want it on Facebook. I want it on Instagram. You can break it up into little, little tiny little tweets and throw it up there. Here's my manifesto. This is what I'm talking about. Like a good manifesto. I start with, I like hard-boiled eggs, but I can never make hard-boiled eggs so that the shell just peels right off.
No,
in one.
you can't.
It always comes down a little tiny, and the shards get into everything. All the eggshells get into everything, and I'm against anybody that does that. You ever been someplace where there's they got deviled eggs, but they're overcooked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of grazed out the yolk on the edge. It's bothersome,
but
right?
it's still edible.
Yeah,
just FYI, still edible. I did one once.
Choke on a yolk.
Where I forgot that I was cooking. I forgot I was cooking eggs. Right? And so I put the thing in and put the eggs in the water and brought it to a rolling boil.
Set a timer, man.
And then I went and picked up my phone and started scrolling the internet, and it was so long that all of the water had evaporated, and I wouldn't have known what was going on until I smelled the shell burning, and I thought, oh my God, I just wasted 2 eggs, and then I looked it up on the same phone that I was screwing around with, that was distracting me all morning long, and found that you can still eat them. They might be a little bit gummy, might be a little bit rubbery, but you can still eat them. There is sustenance to that. So maybe I'll make that part of my my manifesto. 6:43 in the morning. I was talking about honey, and Bunker Meadow is agreeing with me all morning long. Says no need peroxide. Trust and believe. Honey has antimicrobial, antiseptic, and antibiotic properties. Will support you for 24 hours with 1 single teaspoon. And I tell you what, that has been my go-to for every even tiny little bit of an illness that I've had at the house. Is I've got so much honey from Dennis and some of the other guys in the beekeeping industry that I've always got honey at the house. So
It's
you know,
miraculous.
I just open my throat,
Yeah.
pour it down my throat, and that takes care of the sore throats and relieves some of the whatever.
Everything. It brought my hair back.
It is real.
Yeah, I just rub a little on my head.
6:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255 888-TALK. Sarita says, add vinegar lemon with the eggs when boiling it, and it will peel clean. Somebody said one of the other things you do is as soon as it's done, what, Joe?
No,
You're rolling your eyes.
Yeah, like here come all the pro cooks.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to tell you how to do it.
Just make it for me.
Thank you, chef.
Every day, like 3 or 4 deviled eggs. Bring them by the radio station. Some Dijon on the inside of that. Get clever. Get
put
creative.
it in a piping bag and squeeze it out.
Michael Jordan McCleary says, Ray, small kind, crack the egg, boil 10 minutes, and then put in ice water. See, I think that's the ice water
Small
is the thing.
kind, crack the egg.
Elena Garcia says, put salt in the water to boil the eggs for 8 minutes. After that, empty the water, leaving a little, and then add ice to it.
God, that's too long, man.
This is a process.
Don't you like the yolk a little bit?
Just
know?
go to the Korean store
Jelly?
down the street. They've got eggs there. The problem is you don't know when they boiled them. Boiled eggs from today look like
They're
boiled
like
eggs from last week.
Reboiled.
Sure. So anyway, 6:45. So I'll find some newsy stuff here for you, and most of it will be based on my observations. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's an aroma in many places, and the aroma is of cut grass. Fresh mown grass. Maybe you're hearing the sounds of mown. Yes, M-O-W-N.
Okay, yeah.
As in manifesto. Mown.
M-O-A-N.
Steve Love, M-O-A-N. But anyway, so in most of the places that I have been going recently, I've noticed that there's been a whole lot of bush cutting and lawn mowing, and they got the blowers out, the good blowers. That's Chief,
the strong one.
Chief Tintagu is the one with the snow blower. Everybody else, they're just they're like the new guys.
You got to carry the whips.
Yeah. But the guy that follows along with everybody with the blower, that's the guy that's in charge of everything. Anyway. So I've noticed that recently in my travels, I've been getting a lot of that. The guys in the village, almost Pica's best mayor, Rudy Paco, has had guys up and down the village.
What a title!
Yeah, up and down the
almost.
village, and they've been bush cutting and doing some trim around the sides of houses. Place looks really, really great. And then I was down in Tumon yesterday, and I saw a bunch of guys down there doing some sprucing up. And I don't know if they're all related. So I'm kind of wondering if like the governor sent out word to everybody, all the mayor's offices or whatever, get your guys out there. Since, we kicked ass trying to get raises for everybody, get your guys out there and then have them spruce things up. I want Guam looking military grade, spotless, clean for Christmas. And if that's not going on, then maybe it's just everybody at the same time going, today would be a good day to do me some bush cuttering and mowing. And another thing that you might have noticed if you were in Tumon the last couple of days is they're changing out the rooftops on the GVB bus shelters.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it is.
That's cool.
But hey, you guys, you left a film on it. You're supposed to, that little clear plastic thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to take that down.
You're supposed to peel it off.
Yeah, peel that thing
Satisfying.
off. And that way, it'll let a little bit of light come through the deal. But I'm telling you, things are looking good. The only thing I can make on that one here is that GVB got their FEMA money. That's got to be it. That seems to be the excuse on everything. Why hasn't that been built? Why hasn't that been straightened out? Why hasn't that been cleaned up? And the answer seems to be because we don't have the FEMA waiting for all of that FEMA money to come through. And there's all kinds of other disasters going on. So I suppose you're going to just have to keep waiting. Listening to Coast this morning. And like every other national show on talk radio, they spent a little bit of time talking about the drones. Now, we had our drone expert, Charlie Hermosa, on the line yesterday. And among the first things that he said when we were talking about the drones was a reminder to everybody, regardless of whether you're near Asbury Park or New Jersey and wondering what those lights are in the sky, do not shoot at them. Apparently there's a big concern that people are going to, and in fact, I think I've seen some videos of folks, using that for target practice to see if they'll be able to catch themselves one of those pterodactyls, the 22nd century.
Use a sling stone.
Pterodactyls. And so he says, apparently it's a federal crime to do that.
Oh, no.
That's number one. But an interesting what if that came out of Coast to Coast this morning that, as I said, interesting to me and got me thinking is it possible that somewhere along the way, DOD or somebody lost a nuke. And
Broken Arrow?
Yeah.
Broken Arrow.
But the movie the guy was quoting was Jericho.
Okay.
But wondering if maybe somewhere along the line, somebody in the deep state had access to some kind of a nuke and lost it somewhere, misplaced it, mishandled it, as it were. And now they've dispatched these drones with all kinds of sensing devices on them, sensors perhaps out there looking for these missing nuke pieces. Wouldn't that make it interesting? And that goes along with a ton of conspiracy theories that are floating around about, something that's going to happen between now and the inauguration of President Trump.
Aliens, Ray.
I know it. 34 days. We'll do the countdown. 34 days until the inauguration, 7 days until the other Christmas, and 1,782. That's
Kwanzaa.
not a countdown. That is a count up. 1,782 days since we temporarily closed the Agania swimming pool. 10 away from the top of the hour. Who's on the phone?
Landon from the National Weather Service.
Landon, thank you very much.
And he said it's aliens, too.
I'll bet. All North Carolina guys say it's aliens. That's it. Hey, Tar Heel, how you doing?
It was correctly pronounced aliens. Aliens.
Gotcha. Will they be cute aliens? Will they be cute aliens? Will they be fun to hang out with? Or are they going to be the kind that want to suck our brains out of our skulls?
I hope it's not the brain suckers. I hope it's the cute and fun ones that we can all coexist.
Right? Something peacefully? Yeah. How do you treat lesser creatures on this planet? Anyway, 6:50 in the morning. And so, okay, I was going to ask you what your theory on the drones was going to be. Because you're science guys, man, over at the National Weather Service, and you know about things like that. You're playing around with sensor technology all over the place.
Officially, I would have to say, no comment. But if you read the weather outlook I put out yesterday, 121 years ago on December 17th, people on the Outer Banks are wondering, what the heck is that over there on the sand dune? And that was the first heavier than air flight. So 121 years ago, and that's a big thing for me because my band back in high school was a part of those annual celebrations from, I think, the 1950s up into the early 2000s.
So, everybody's got some kind of a connection, one way or the other. For me, it's just kind of astonishing when you think about what has happened, the science, and where human beings have gone since Kitty Hawk. That was the launch point, literally the launch point for aviation and satellites and even interstellar travel. It all began with that. How do we break the surly bonds of gravity and escape the grips of the Earth?
Absolutely amazing to think about that. Just to mentally think back to those days, how you traveled, how you got around, what was travel like in the Pacific Islands, and what we're able to do now because of that first flight. So it really makes things more possible in our region. For better or for worse, now we're talking about drones and artificial intelligence.
Well, there was a time it was a function of your job. If you were doing weather here on Guam in the 1970s and you were keeping an eye on something, sometimes you got good satellite, sometimes maybe the radar's working, but the best way that they had to figure out what was going on and able to predict what was going to happen with the storms was to actually send an airplane up into the eye of the storm. They still chase them out like that in the southeast, not so much here for a long time, but that was a big factor in predictions.
Yeah, that's exactly, and that's insider knowledge. There's aircraft going into the hurricanes and the typhoons provided that inside look at what's exactly happening inside the storm that you just can't replicate from a satellite. And so that insider knowledge is so important. And that was discontinued in our region back in 1987. And so we hope to get that data again sometime because it does provide some critical real-time information that goes all into those forecast models, where in the 1970s, it was a lot of handwork going, a lot of paper maps, a lot of paper calculations, those stick ties and those chairs that don't have wheels on it that you have to scrape across the floor. But, we have so much data and technology at our fingertips now. It's about how to analyze it, how to assess it, and where are we going with it to do even better.
Well on our way, but still in all, I would at least once in my life like to take a back seat to and fly on one of those storm chasers. Actually, go out there, get high enough altitude, and then drop down into the eye of the storm.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine some of those yeet moments that you've got to have when that happens? Anyway, it's 6:53 in the morning. Got landed on the line, not because we're worried about anything. It's just I'm curious about the weather conditions that we're going to have. We're a week away from Christmas, and I think that that means that you are within a little bit of range of being able to target what Christmas Eve and Christmas Day are going to look like.
Unfortunately, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day look pretty good for us around here. A lot of people have been asking, where can we see a white Christmas? And yes, in Guam, you can actually possibly see a white Christmas next week.
What?
That's going to be in front of your TV watching it on the news because it's going to be probably hot and sunny with a little bit of a trade wind breeze on Christmas Eve and Day. But before we get to that, we do have to go through some a wetter period. Starting today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and maybe drying out on Sunday, we have this trade wind disturbance coming up from Chuk and Pohnpei. Nothing significant. This is not a tropical system. It's just more of a trade wind cluster of showers, and that leading edge started coming through today. So it's going to be a mix of, again, broken record, mix of sun and showers the next several days, and then it's going to dry out Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week. But breezy.
I've noticed that.
Blowing through.
Yeah, the Christmas decorations are blowing around, and Christmas trees need to get put up about 2-3 times a day because of all of that. So expect some breezy conditions. Highs today, gust as high as about 24 is what Real Joe's prediction is. Maybe gust tonight of about 22. Driving that cooler, drier air. If you're running with the air, go outside tonight. The weather's just fantastic for outdoor gatherings.
Yeah, open up the windows, get those tinted canopies and tarps, and of course, as we said before, at least these tropical depressions and storms, make sure they're secured because they're going to be flapping. Make sure those inflatable Santa Clauses have that stomach a little bit heavier with food. Make sure they don't blow away, but because they're going to be rocking and rolling the next several days, and that's one reason I've not put a lot of stuff outside of my house this year is because of this trade wind.
Exactly. I've got a tarp. I've got a tarp that I've been thinking about rehanging, and I have it because with the flurry of storms that we had earlier in the month, early in the fall, and I'm thinking, okay, well maybe I'll put them out there now, but it's just been too gusty to even think about getting that process started. Got a couple of pictures. You'll appreciate this. Over the weekend, had lunch over at California Pizza Kitchen in Agana. And across the way, they were getting ready for something, and they had a tarp, one of these pop-ups that they put. And you're talking about anchoring the pop-ups, and I love the way they did this. They anchored the pop-ups with. Hold on a second. Let me. Did I send it? They anchored them with car batteries. Yeah, because I'm looking at that. These things, they're not going anywhere. They got these big lead acid car batteries on each one of the posts, and I thought that's clever. That's a clever use of what would normally be junk in somebody's backyard. I can hear my mom saying, "No, put that on a piece of wood, otherwise it's going to lose the charge. Keep it off the ground." 656.
I have about 3 batteries I can contribute to that. So if anybody's interested, let me know.
We all do, buddy. All right, so that's the forecast we've got over the next couple of days and into Christmas. A note for anybody that is going to be getting on a plane anytime soon to travel to perhaps some of these snowy places. My understanding is we've got frigid conditions, and there's going to be a great deal of potential for airplane-related and even driving delays as a result of the winter weather across the states.
Yeah, especially like the Great Lakes region, the northern parts of Michigan, New York, Buffalo. They're still getting lake effect snow, but also the Pacific Northwest, all those high altitude locations in Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, up into Washington State, there's going to be a high likelihood of snow, especially for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So keep that in mind if you're going to be traveling. Otherwise, hang tight and have a great Christmas here across the island.
Right. What did Hermosa say it was yesterday where he was in New Jersey? It was 27 degrees or something like that. Amanda, North Dakota, where Ray McGravy listens to the program, and he's in 37 degrees or something like that. What did you say? What did you say our daytime high was going to be today there, Landon?
Yeah, we're going to be about 33, 32 degrees. That's Celsius, by the way.
That's Celsius, right? Listen, I'd love to spend some more time talking with you. We'll get together again next week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, and as we get closer and closer to Christmas Day, and we'll get a refined forecast. How's that?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll be around.
All right. Hope so. Tell your brother we say hello and have a fantastic day. National Weather Service on the line with us on 93.3 The Point, about a minute and a half away from the top of the hour. Ismail says weather in New York and New Jersey, cloudy with a chance of drones.
Wow, Ismail.
Bunker, all right, expert.
Morning, Chief.
Expert, Pala Pala man. Bunker says a 40-mile-an-hour gust will lift that battery and send it flying like a teacher ball.
He's right.
Or tether ball, absolutely right. There was a time. I want to say didn't they have an issue over at one of the flea markets a few years ago?
Took somebody out, right?
Yeah. And they thought they had everything lined up, and they had they tethered everything with hollow blocks, and a big gust of wind came through. Lady got hit in the head with the hollow block, and that was it for her. Lights out forever. So yeah, definitely be careful when you're doing all of that stuff. Maybe 2 lead batteries on each one of the legs. How about fat kids? Can we just have a fat kid holding on to it? And when the wind blows?
You can have mine.
There you go. It says closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255. Got something you want to share? 797-8255. That's our WhatsApp. Maybe we'll get some pictures of sunrise over at Pirates Cove. Maybe Alicia Duenas Anderson is going to be looking around over at First Beach. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, Fox News Live update on all the big stories that are going on. Listen carefully for the comings and goings of the gangsters in the Venezuelan gangsters out in Aurora, Colorado. Spooky story could happen here. Hey, stand by. Here comes KUSG Agania 93.3. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. A murder suspect indicted. I'm Lisa Brady. Prosecutors in New York City say Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, is now charged with first and second-degree murder, including a count of murder as an act of terrorism.
This was a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg. Police have said a handwritten note found when Mangione was arrested had ill will toward corporate America. He remains in custody in Pennsylvania, where he was held on gun charges, due back in court Thursday. The new indictment expected to cut short his effort to fight extradition back to New York. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch just condemning the outpouring of support for Mangione on social media.
We have seen a shocking and appalling celebration of cold-blooded murder.
Also highlighting posters threatening other CEOs. She says any attempt to rationalize the killing is vile and reckless. In San Francisco, the tech consultant accused of killing a tech executive last year is found guilty of second-degree murder after 7 days of jury deliberations. Nima Mameni claimed self-defense. Prosecutors say he stabbed Cash App founder Bob Lee over issues related to his sister and used a knife from her apartment for the killing. The defense plans to appeal. Police in Wisconsin say the motive in yesterday's mass shooting at a Christian school in Madison appears to be a combination of factors.
We cannot share that information at this time because we do not want to jeopardize the investigation and those who are currently cooperating with us.
Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes says they're also still working to confirm whether writings posted online came from the suspect, a 15-year-old student. Police say she killed a student and teacher, wounding 6 others before killing herself. A sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow down 267 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101 in collaboration with Guam Premier Outlets present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Saturday, January 11th, join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Booths are available now. If you're a business that specializes in eating healthy, exercising, being mindful, and more, call 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Allie. For more information about the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, call 888-RDIO.
The Justice Department agrees to pay more than $100 million to settle lawsuits brought by more than 100 women who claimed abuse or mistreatment at a now closed California prison known as the Rape Club. because of rampant sexual misconduct by staff. The new agreement follows a separate class action settlement that included the Bureau of Prisons agreeing to open some of its facilities to a court-appointed monitor and to publicly acknowledge pervasive abuse. The archivist of the U.S. says an amendment prohibiting gender discrimination cannot be added to the Constitution.
When Congress passed the Equal Rights Amendment in 1972, it set a deadline for 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That deadline passed in 1982. 4 years ago, Virginia, the final state needed, voted to ratify the amendment. But a statement from the National Archives says without action from Congress or the courts, the amendment will not be added to the Constitution. More than 120 House Democrats are asking President Biden to direct the archivist to certify the amendment before he leaves office. But in that statement, the archivists say they cannot legally publish the Equal Rights Amendment, and as leaders of the National Archives will abide by legal precedents. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
There's a Republican push in Congress to protect nicotine products.
Congressman Jack Bergman from Michigan has introduced the Pouch Act, a bill that would protect FDA-approved nicotine products like Zyn from certain state restrictions.
This is about creating an environment where an informed public can make good choices and not have a thumb put on them on their choices by state governments.
Bergman telling Fox News Radio he introduced the bill after a number of states and local governments moved to restrict products, such as a ban on certain flavors, arguing they were used to target minors.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Bergman argues the products offer a safer alternative to smokers. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
This Christmas, get the deal even Santa wouldn't be able to resist. Bring home a free smartwatch or other accessories from IT&E when you get a new phone in December. Plus, enjoy a huge discount on infinite data to keep you connected all year long. Dash in before the 22nd for the chance to win $2,000 in cash and weekly prizes. Visit ite.net for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
It's here, a fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day, it's 7:06. I'm Norman Analista. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Governor Lulian Guerrero says we can do everything we can within our means to improve Guam as a destination, to improve our product, to improve the culture, the environment, and the traditions. But if we don't have the people here, we might as well give up. Officials from various government agencies and a number of tourism-related businesses met at the Dusit Beach Resort on Monday to talk about how to get Guam's lagging visitor industry back on track. Governor Leon Guerrero told the crowd, we need to all work together. Guam Visitors Bureau Vice Chairman Wokin Cook provided an overview of GVB's 2-year, $60 million tourism recovery plan. He says that it's meant to be a short-term investment to get the island back on track. Cook says a long-term plan to rebrand the island will be ready by 2025. Meanwhile, a resolution condemning the inappropriate hand gesture Senator Will Parkinson made on the session floor 2 months ago was adopted, but Senator Joanne Brown says it didn't have to be this way. She says if Senator Parkinson apologized early on, this would have been a non-issue, at least not an issue that would have gone this far. Resolution 579 censures Parkinson for the sexually explicit hand gesture multiple witnesses say Parkinson made when Brown spoke in front of the Mayor's Council of Guam in October. It requires that senators conduct themselves in a manner reflecting the highest standards of professionalism and integrity during sessions, and it gives the legislature the right to regulate that conduct and discipline a member. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
An 18-year-old man faces theft charges after he allegedly shoplifted at a Payless supermarket. On December 12th, 2 suspects were detained by loss prevention staff from Payless supermarket at Micronesia Mall. One of the suspects was identified as Dean Cepeda, and the other was a 15-year-old female. Finally, Guam Business Magazine announces the nominees for the 2024 Guam Business Magazine Executive of the Year. The nominees are Kim Anderson Young, President, Security Title Incorporated; Paul A. Calvo, President and CEO, Calvo's Insurance Underwriters; Tamio Tom Clark, Principal Broker, Blue Pacific Realty; Ho S. Yun, Founder and Chairman, Cortec International Group of Companies; Josie Guerrero, Co-owner, Naked Fish Bar and Grill; Michael A. Taitano, CEO, XVI Corp., which does business as Guam Service Pros; and Craig Wade, President and Chief Financial Officer, JRV Group, which does business as Midpac Far East, LLC. The winner will be revealed at the February 1st Executive of the Year Gala at the Hyatt Regency Guam. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
It is the most closely held secret.
It is.
On Guam.
Yes.
And the thing is, it's Guam Business News, so at some point they got to find out who the winner is and then send the cover to go and get printed for Guam Business News. So there's a lot of opportunities along the way for the information to leak, but that I'm aware of in all of the years that they've been doing this and all the years that I was previously involved with the Executive of the Year Awards. I never knew.
You never knew.
I never
Not
knew.
even a hint.
Not even a hint. It was always a surprise to me when the answer finally came through and they started handing out the magazines. I always thought that was among the cooler parts of it. 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. And there's some big name contenders in this. You know, some years you go, okay, it's going to be Norman. I looked at it. It's Norman and a whole bunch of other nobodies from nowhere, right? But in this case, there are some serious contenders for the award. So it's going to be fun to watch. 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, we already did a whole lot of weather with Landon, but I'll just do a quick recap for today. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast. Some of that could be falling on you before too much longer. Quick look at the satellite imagery, and yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of weather that's going to be streaking through central Guam here in just a few minutes. So I don't think it'll be crazy weather. I think it's just going to be some of those scattered showers and thunderstorms. Watch out for the wind gust today, as high as about 24 miles an hour. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for this evening and tomorrow morning as well. But by tomorrow afternoon, looks like things are going to clear up for us as most of that chop from the southeast moves through here. But if you're looking for a way to make sure that your Pala Pala is secure, Bunker Meadow is recommending a 3-foot rebar, duct tape to the legs, pound them in at an angle. To ease your effort, use a cordless chipping hammer. Go and get one of those things. You get one of those Milwaukee deals from over at Home Depot and use that to otherwise secure your deal. Problem is I think using that particular recipe, it's almost a permanent structure. You might as well pour concrete.
You need a contractor.
Might as well pour concrete while you're at it. Sunrise this morning at 6:38, sunset tonight at 5:58. There's news and weather together here on The Point.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any one for Burger King or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
1 week left.
7 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Yes, it's the Ray Gibson Show at 7:13. Portions brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by the guys over at Take Care.
It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Yeah.
Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Good Lord, we made it Wednesday morning, a week away from Christmas. That means we're 2 weeks away from 2025. And I want to say thanks to everybody over at Take Care. I got one of the gift baskets for Christmas and New Year's, the holidays, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It's one of my favorite things, and it's got a desk calendar on it. And I love the new desk calendar, Take Care, that you got me, because it starts off with a holiday. January the 1st, right there. It starts.
Yeah.
I already wrote it down. No work today on this.
Oh, no work. Yeah.
January 1. No, that's got to be
exercise. Day one exercise.
Got to be a good omen for 2025.
Yes.
It starts on a holiday. All right, give me another one. Give me another. There's only one Friday the 13th. In 2025.
That's good news.
It is good news. And it is good news. Even though I asked Grok how many, and Grok originally said 3, and I said, double check that, would you? And it did, and it came back and gave me 3, but they were in different months. And I said, okay, one more time, just to be sure. And Grok kindly came back and was all apologies. Yeah, sorry, there's only one in 2025. All right, well, there we go. I did ask Grok this morning several times to create a manifesto for me. You hear manifesto anytime there's some kind of shooting or those kind of crazy activities in the States. Always comes down to, well, who was it? Was it a white guy? Was it a black guy? Was it a conservative guy? Was it a liberal guy? Or was it a trans anymore? The whole lot of trans shooters that took place over the last couple of years. But sometimes it all comes down to what was in the manifesto, and there's always some kind of a manifesto with these guys. You know, they're not content with just going in and shooting at people. They've got to write it down, their feelings, get it out off the journal and onto the internet. And it occurs to me that maybe I should have some kind of a manifesto. I'm not saying I'm going to go out and shoot anything up. I'm just saying it would be good to have, kind of a credo. So I asked Grok. I finally got Grok to make me something that feels like a manifesto. And what I was looking for was a guy manifesto.
Oh, a guy.
Yeah, a guy, like a dad manifesto, I don't want to say a man manifesto, but just a guy, just
have
words for regular
in this life
dudes.
or the next.
No, it's pain in this life, pleasure in the next. That's what you're thinking about. So it gave me the guy manifesto. Number one, among us guys, we value our freedom above all. We make our own choices, and we live by our own rules. Our manifesto on hard work: success is not earned, not given. We work hard, play hard, and believe in the American dream.
America.
Respect is mutual. We respect others as long as they respect us and our way of life. We stand by our neighbors, our community. Help is always a handshake away. And then there's love for our country. We defend our flag, our rights, and our land. Life doesn't need to be complicated. Good food, good friends, good times. That's it. Key to life, simplicity right there. On innovation, we push boundaries, invent, and adapt. If it's broken, we fix it. If it doesn't exist, we create it. How about this one? Privacy. Oh, God. Could we work on this a little bit more in 2025? Our business is our business. We keep personal matters personal. Now, that doesn't mean that you go on the internet and put stuff out in there like, oh, wow, I wish I was having a better day. And that's just clickbait for all your friends to say, okay, Joe, what is it now? What's the matter? And they go, oh, nothing. I just thought I'd post something.
You know I'm on my period.
Is that time of the month?
Man. I'm still spotting.
This is for the Ray Gibson Show. We laugh at ourselves and with each other. Life's too short to take everything seriously. And then there's resilience. Guam politicians' favorite words in the whole wide world. Life knocks us down. We get back up. That's the American spirit and the way of the tomorrows. It has been for a million years. This manifesto reflects a broad broad, stereotypical view of an American male identity, emphasizing traits often associated with traditional values and lifestyle. So there we go. If you're looking for something like a manifesto, just do a thing, ask your chat GPT or whatever to come up with something, and maybe it will be like that. I might actually print that and have it engraved somewhere. 18 after the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. Who's on the phone?
It's the voice of the Mariottas, Brad.
Hey, Brad, wait, which Brad?
Sir Brad.
Oh, Brad Rosala. Okay, great. You might be wondering why we're reaching out to Brad Rosala today. There's a piece from the EPA, as in Environmental Protection Agency in the United States of America, and they're pointing to a great number of successes in the Marianas region, in the territories, with apparently a great job that we have done in the last couple of years with our environment and recycling and things like that. And even Saipan was included in this, but it kind of pissed me off when I saw it. Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Ray, that was great that you got up to that point. But my favorite part is just letting you know that when it comes down to it, Ray, you put the man in manifesto.
Thank you, Brad. Are you on your show? Are you doing your show too?
We are on the show. I've got the graphic on there. Tell Joe to check it out. I've got you on there with the point logo. I don't know that I have the Ray Gibson logo.
I'll send a few up. I have artificial make me some. I've one for Christmas. It's the Club USA version of the Ray Gibson Christmas wreath. You want it?
I would absolutely love it. Do you want to send it up with one of Joe's drones that he's got over in New Jersey?
Might want to work on something along those lines. What is Saipanese talking about when it comes to the drones?
We're not. We just really, the thing is, it has come up on the show a couple of times, and it's really, seems like it's more of a distraction than anything. I like that thing that you were talking about this morning about, what if they're like looking for a lost piece of ordnance somewhere. Right. They got some sniffing machines out there. I'm like, well, that would definitely explain why they wouldn't tell anybody what it is. I mean,
we don't, because then they have to admit that we lost a nuke. I'm sorry. I thought it was on a C-130 or Hercules or something like that. I don't know. It's gone. Can't find it.
They're going to make everyone else in Jersey jealous because they're like, no way is that place more polluted than my place. No way.
Listen to us white guys out in the Pacific talking smack about the cold, frozen Northwest, Northeast. Anyway, so the reason why I'm looking at this thing, and so the Guam gets a nod from the EPA because of the great job that we did. We had composted a record-breaking 146, almost 147 tons of green waste and food scraps in 2023. Now, much of this is stuff that was segregated after Typhoon Marwar. We launched the EPA-granted composting in every village program that I've never ever heard of. But we'll go ahead and take the award from EPA down the road. And then they start going on about some of the other places with their big EPA stuffs. And the one that I saw was, and I'm going, wait, how come they got one of these and we didn't? I'm going to put it up on my screen right now if you can see it. And it is apparently some kind of a multi-shredding device that the people in Saipan got. And I guess the deal is you park this over at your landfill and you put all kinds of junk and debris in it, and it shreds the hell out of it, saving you space in your landfill, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to pull this up right now. So I don't have you on the screen, but I'm about to.
Okay.
Once I get the point. But the thing is, don't think you guys can rival us with the amount of trash that we have. The other thing is, number two. I got it right here. Hold on, I'm going to pop it up on the big screen, and so everyone's going to be able to see it. And that's, of course, just as Joe takes it off the screen. All right, there, it's on there. Hold on, don't go yet.
Usually it does. We're a few seconds late, with the encoding and decoding and everything, but it'll eventually show up. It's this big yellow thing, and I can't tell which is the front and which is the back, or maybe it's just all everything feeds through.
That's a regular problem. Let's just face it. That's a regular problem.
This is true. But I'm assuming
I'm looking at it.
You feed the thing from the top, and then eventually some kind of shredded version of trash comes out. And the reason why I'm calling is, how come we didn't get one of these? Whose butt did Saipan kiss to get one of these that we should have been kissing as well?
I don't know if you remember this, Ray, but back in 2016 election season, it was the CNMI's governor who came out first to say they endorsed Trump during the primaries. This maybe has something to do with it.
There could be
but there's a bigger thing. I know you guys have had different things going on with the dump and the solid waste processing over there, and And here, though, of course, we're much smaller. We've got a lot less room for everything. And with the back-to-back super typhoons that we had, our landfill has filled up way quicker than it was supposed to. Ooh. And the way it works, we have like a possibility of 3 cells for this. Cell 1 is just about done, but they can't even begin doing the whole lining stuff with cell number 2 until or start using cell number 2 until they're able to start lining cell number 3. And that's the big problem. So we need this as kind of a dire thing. Plus number 2, we've got all this stuff with the folks from the military, doing all this great work over in Tinian. Well, the thing is that Tinian doesn't have a RCRA compliant solid waste facility. Ooh. So they need to really bring a lot of this stuff to Saipan, and they need to ship it somewhere else. And they're not going to be able to bring it here if it's going to fill up everything really quick. Yeah. So if they get this kind of a shredder thing, it kind of starts to make a little bit of a bridge to where they're able to do that stuff in Tinian.
All right, so that's why you got one of those things. Or, I don't know, I got Joe Takai down here saying, well, Saipan must have better grant writers than we have. I'm just saying we need to put that on the list of things that we want for our solid waste system here on Guam. And who knows, maybe one of these days we'll figure out what the magic needs to be done politically to allow us to burn trash on Guam. I mean, there's nothing wrong with waste to energy, and I think it's one of the things that will go a long way to extending the life of the landfills that we have, especially the expensive sanitary landfills that they're talking about up there. And maybe there could be a way that we would end up buying some of the trash from you, or we'll come up with some kind of a mechanism so that all of the islands of the Marianas can actually win out. I mean, it's a great way to get into the serious conversation about waste to energy and what we need to do environmentally for all of us. But I'm glad that Saipan got something that we didn't here in this case, and I wish you guys good luck with maintaining that over the years.
Hey, Ray, the thing is, for the waste to energy, Palau's able to do it, and they're generating a lot less trash than what you're able to generate in Guam. And that's one of the conversation points here for the past, 10 plus years is will waste to energy work here in the CNMI? And we would definitely be interested in it. I know Rhoda is asking for it, but Rhoda doesn't generate enough trash or the right kind of trash that'll be able to generate that power. But we have a better shot at it here in Saipan. But you in Guam, if Palau's able to do it based on the kind of waste they got, and they're doing it based off of a Japanese plant. I want to say it was Okinawa. They're doing it based on the designs for that. So if Palau can make that work, guaranteed Guam can make that work. I don't know if we'll be able to, but definitely you guys would be able to, because you've got just a lot more trash that you guys are able to.
And we, same kind of construction pressures that with the military, and another round of buildup that they're talking about that is going to ramp up the speed with which we start filling these deals with. Anyway, 7:25 in the morning, Brad. I'll let you go, but before I do, on the screen right now, just special for you is what I refer to as the Club USA Ray Gibson Christmas Show logo. And if you just have a look at it for a little bit longer, you'll realize why I'm referring to it as the Club USA logo. 7:26. Have a fantastic. If we don't talk again soon, want to wish you and your incredible family a Merry Christmas, and I hope that we got so many chances to work together and hang out together in 2025.
Hey, Ray, I'm really glad we've been friends all these years. Great to hear from you. Great to hear from you, too, Joe. And you guys, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you, if everyone to you.
Yeah. So are you high enough up in the company yet so you can arrange a fam tour from, a broadcast guy from Guam to come up and check out the Surf Rider?
Hey, so this is, we got to clear this up. So I left Triple J in May to do this show and do this stuff full time.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know.
It's okay, but I'll tell you what.
Whose butt do I have to kiss then?
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. We still got a great relationship. Love those guys. We talk about their promos all the time. So they still have that same deal where it's at $149.99, where you get the room, you get the Hertz rent-a-car, and you get the breakfast at Great Harvest for $2. So you can, and that means even if you fly alone, you might be able to meet somebody while you're here in Saipan and bring them over for breakfast next day.
All right, we'll work on details here, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Brad Rosala, the incredible Brad Rosala from the state of Saipan in the CNMI.
He's amazing, man.
Was that? Yeah, he's kind of amazing. I did not realize that he'd moved on.
See that?
Wait.
He did the whole interview just for the purposes of scoring a deal, a freebie,
Yeah.
and they realized at the end of the interview he did it for nothing because he didn't have his information straight.
There's an extra point in there somewhere, I think, Jerry.
Young broadcasters who intend to use the radio for your own purposes, take note.
It's in my manifesto.
Okay, get the information straight before you do this.
If it's in the manifesto, if it doesn't exist, create it. 728, Jerry Robertson and the extra point here. Might as well jump into this now. It's being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
I don't even want to do this anymore. I just want to scold you. Okay, here we go. Did you say the sponsor's name?
Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Those guys. Thank you.
Almost said FHP, but they're sponsors too.
Okay.
All right.
Do people want to accept more work and more responsibility? Let me adjust the question slightly. Will the average worker accept more responsibility? Let me adjust the question again. Under what conditions would a worker accept added responsibilities? There's some stuff in here to unpack. That's coming next on The Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
We've been talking about misconceptions the past few days, and this time around it's how managers may have a misconception about what workers are thinking about. So are workers today okay with taking on greater workloads and responsibilities? Now, when I do my training, I catch a lot of the flack about things like this, and most managers think they're not. So we'll have that as a baseline. We have to approach the topic from two directions. One, are workers generally ready to take on more? And second, if they are, will they be open to it? Now, I've seen a firestorm of social media posts on this topic for a long time. It's an emotional issue for many people. It became part of the quiet quitting phenomenon, if you remember that, when workers complained bitterly that their boss had added more work onto their plate, but no extra pay. Further, that this piling on of further responsibilities became permanent. A member of the team quit or was fired and the open position wasn't filled. That person's daily production was then divided up between the remaining workers. In my experience, a majority of workers are willing to take on extra work if the company needs it. However, they want to see the light at the end of the tunnel, that their workload will return to normal in the near term, or they get a boost in compensation. If that doesn't happen, and if the company doesn't adjust the compensation to reflect the added value being delivered, it's eventually going to lead to a problem. So let's flip the script now. And it's the worker who wants more responsibility. They want to move up. You found that gem, that person that actually wants more and they're willing to do more to get it. But they have a supervisor who has no confidence in their ability to take on a bigger load or anything more complex than what they're doing now. Some managers will tell you that they have had people who wanted to do more, but they didn't have anything to give them, and the conversation ended there. The conversation may have ended, but the employee's desire did not. So now you have someone who wants to step up and can't. If I'm that manager, I'm going to get with the HR people and maybe my boss and let them know that we have somebody who does want more, and we need to address that. If we don't, maybe they'll begin to look around for another opportunity. So here's the good news. You don't need to have a formal advancement program to help people who tell you that they want to step up. Just ask them, is it really? You want to do more? And then task them with additional jobs and let them try. Now, am I going to put them on a critical job that we can't afford to go wrong? Or try to repair equipment that we cannot have go down? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to sit down and figure out how to expand their horizons a little bit, week by week, until we can figure out a longer-term solution, just so there is no uncertainty with what I'm saying here. If I have an employee who gives me indication that they're willing to make a larger commitment, I'm not going to let that slide. Whether I can find them something else to do, or it's a fellow supervisor who might have something else for them to do, or HR, or the big boss. Somehow, some way, collectively, we're going to figure that out. So what if we give this person an additional role or task and they make a mistake? Well, you dust them off and give them something else to do. We're in the business of building skills. There are going to be stumbles. Now, this gets us around the Gen Z, as so many of these conversations eventually do. Members of the Gen Z community want to build their resume of talents, even if they never get a chance to use them while on your payroll. Got that? They want to build skills, even if it means that they're not going to use them for you. I know that doesn't make you feel good, but that's the reality. One way to keep their attention is to add to their capabilities. Now, so far, we've been addressing this issue from the manager's viewpoint. What if you're the worker who wants more? Tell your supervisor, wait a little while, then remind them. Tell HR, wait a little while, and then remind them. If you're getting no response to your request, I'm going to tell you how to do it, but few of you will ever do it, what I'm going to say, though it's guaranteed to bring some action. Ready? Here we go. It's going to take some courage. But Ray says, courage is always rewarded. Okay, first, you got to make sure that you are doing your job like you invented it. Got that? I mean, A+ all the way. I don't want to get criticism that is deserved while I'm telling people that I want more. Got it? Your job has to be aced. Then, walk into the big boss's office, whether that's CEO or general manager or director or commanding officer or whatever, and tell him or her that you love working there and you want to step up and you want to do more, and that you've made inquiries, but there doesn't seem to be anything available. So you figure that maybe they might have something extra for you to do. You with me so far? Now, will it get you that something extra? I don't know. But do you think the big boss hears those words every day from anybody? I don't think so. So this puts you on their radar screen for a good reason, and that's a good thing. It'll get you the action you're looking for, guaranteed. So they will remember you. They'll remember you for the best of all reasons, and something good will come from that. Tomorrow, we're going to give you something different about somebody who was called upon to work and decided at the very last minute they did not want to work, and their company had to take action against them. And this happened in the last few days, and it happened in the world of sports. And we have a message about that tomorrow. Might be interesting. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:36 in the morning. You could be right in front of Jerry, and top-level thought leaders here on Guam. Live to Lead #2 is coming back. Save the dates, January 14th, 2025. Everybody's got some kind of New Year's resolution, lose weight or get physically fit or eat better or whatever. Think better in 2025 with the Live to Lead that is going to be taking place over at Deuce It, huh, Jerry?
Yes, sir. Deuce It. It'll be an all-day. We've got a great lineup of speakers. The content is going to be incredible. And the things happening at the table, that's really where the action is going to be. People are going to walk out of there with a plan for 2025. They're going to be talking about things these speakers have been thought were important and brought out, key issues, strategies, ideas, things to springboard off of. and then teams will be talking about those things at the tables. We saw it last year. We tried a new format last year.
Super dynamic.
It was incredible last year.
Yeah. Well,
so we got great feedback.
You got great people going to be part of that. We've got Christine Boleto is going to be hanging out there. Lee Weber, who has done just about everything since landing on Guam a zillion years ago, and had a great life. Had a great CV before he got here, and it just got better and better. Guam a better place because both of them are here. Guam's a better place because you're here. 7:37 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts. One note here: when you go to the boss and you say, "Is there something else that I can do around here? Can I do more?" And the boss says, "Yes." Don't screw it up. Make sure that you learn everything there is to know about it and do an ace job on that.
And then you go back to the boss and say, I did what you said. Here are the results.
Right.
And then the key thing you want to say at that point, what else you got?
Yeah.
That's it. What else you got? You will be on that radar screen because no one else is doing this kind of thing. This is the stuff that separates you from the pack.
Always, the worst thing they can say is no. 7:38 in the morning, there's Jerry Roberts. Today's Extra Point brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. News here being brought to you by Burger King. Check out the new Whoppers available. The Maple Bourbon Barbecue, Mexican Street Corn, and the Fried Pickle Ranch. Pickles are a big deal. Pickles are soon going to be in everything. I'm going to give you a trend that I want you to be watching out for in just a little bit on the program here. Also being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty in 2023. That's Half a Day Realty. Joe D, Saran, Libby, and Auntie Loli. They got the answers for all of your real estate questions and will hook you in the right direction for whatever it is that you're thinking about buying or investing or managing this year. 588-4232. Now at the news, here's Norman Analista.
Well, the Supreme Court of Guam corrected sentences for a convicted murderer and has asked the trial court for post-conviction proceedings after an appeal. Elio Adriatico, who was convicted of killing 9 people in the 1980s, filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. Adriatico is currently serving 40 years out of 11 life sentences and 150 years in federal prison in California for shooting 7 people in 1983. Within a year in jail, he also killed 2 prisoners in the Guam Department of Corrections. In 1987, the Ninth Court denied an appeal from Adriatico. Meanwhile, the Manengan concentration camp in Jotnya has been designated as a National Historic Landmark by Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland, as stated in a press release. Haaland announced the designations of 19 new historical landmarks, and Manengan concentration camp was one of them. And finally, a maintenance outage is scheduled for the villages of Talanpago and Jotnya tomorrow from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. Customers affected along Pingpango, Chalan Inda, Inalado Road, Pago Bay Estates, Water Pump, WBP 18, and surrounding areas. GPA will be conducting system improvements and preventative maintenance to avoid future power outages. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, thanks very much, Norman. And as I was saying, they got the pickles deal over at Burger King, and pickles on our plates and sodas in our cups. Pinterest, of all people, are suggesting that among the big trends that could shape how we eat, drink, party, and play in 2025 is more pickle goodness. Brine lovers rejoice. There will be sweet treats to tangy cocktails. The humble pickle is about to be in absolutely everything. Unconventional sodas, fruity flavors, floats with pickles. Are you listening, Tara, over at Offaloha?
I'm a pickle Rick.
I'm a pickle Rick. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm a pickle. Is it I'm a pickle Rick? I'm Pickle Rick.
Pickle Rick.
God, that's such a great scene. That particular Rick and Morty might be among the best. 19 away from the top of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show, so start pickling up, and we'll get around to talking about traffic and more on the way.
Bring the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinard.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. $1 soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
742 Ray Gibson Show. Portion brought to you by Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. And that's the place you go. That's your technology headquarters. You need something for an iPhone. You need something for a Samsung. Maybe you're one of those nothing phone users, and you need some screen protectors or chargers or earplugs. They've got great new earbuds for the nothing phones. You got to check them out, along with the other sound lines that they've got there, and all the cables and connectors and chargers that you need to keep your digital life moving forward through the holidays. Beyond the Box at the mall. Let me see now what's happening in the traffic. Real light traffic in the last hour when we looked at it. Looks like that's gone away. Still not seeing a whole lot of traffic up in Jigo Anderson Air Force Base, through the village, past Mataguac into Ipalpal. Nothing major. In fact, better than normal traffic at Ipalpal right now. Not a whole lot of traffic coming off of Waisengsong or Leche Macheche. If you make your way inbound further, might run into traffic. Looking at traffic on route number 3, and it's taking its time getting to Marine Corps Drive, which is fine. Southbound from there at the Micronesia Mall intersection, very, very light traffic through there. Might as well just keep going through there into Upper Tumon in the Tumooning area. Maybe a little bit of traffic over by Kmark, maybe a little bit of traffic over by the Donkey Village intersection, and maybe a little bit of traffic over at ITC. But otherwise, everything is looking pretty good through there. Route 16, that's sweet, all the way to 8, 10, and 16. More traffic on the 10 side, a little bit of traffic pooling up around the Super Happy Mart, and as usual in both north and southbound directions on Route 8. Things a little bit touchy there until you get past that one good intersection into Teedson. Tiny bit of dogging out traffic over by Payless. Otherwise, the rest of the traffic is all on Route 4 into town, pooling up around Ta'i, and then we've got the traffic over by Epicento Gardens, Cost You Less intersection, Ordot and Sinahanya before you get into the downtown Agutnia area. Nothing major through there. All the way from downtown Agutnia past Adelup and PD, past Nimitz. Things are looking clean all the way down to Big Navy in Sumai. You are going to see a couple of intersections that are going to slow you down, but nothing crazy. Only says 7:44 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at NissanGuam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762. All
right, checking the Hafaloa menu to see if there's anything with pickles on it that we might be able to roll up. Shave ice, no pickles in there. Let me see, ice keki, breezes, smoothies, soft serve ice. No pickles there just yet. You want pickles, you might want to try the incredible lineup of burgers that they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ways to enjoy somewhere between chicken and ground beef. Make that your lunch or dinner time plan at Hafaloa in Tumon. Kind of a light Wednesday morning we got rolling through here. I suspect now that the legislature is out of their session, and all they're waiting on now is for vetoes to come from Governor Lulian Guerrero, in which case they might come back and search for an override. But it seems to me they've been really unsuccessful with overrides in the legislature. They tried for override on 185 the other day, and that failed, and you know, for a lot of different reasons, but mostly it was there were people that weren't there, and maybe they would have contributed to the numbers. On the other hand, based on the names of the people that weren't there, maybe it didn't go that way. Somebody was asking me about how democratic the process was, where 8 people voted in the affirmative to override the veto, and there were only 4 that voted against it. How is it possible that the 8 were beat by the 4? And the answer to that question is by a quirk of the way they do democracy over at the legislature. You need 10 votes to override a veto. It's not majority rules that I'm aware of. You don't like it, somebody got to sue somebody else. 7:47 in the morning. And as I mentioned in the last hour, I got to say, it seems to me everybody is doing some sprucing up around their villages. And I'm trying to figure out what the genesis of all of that is. So for that, I go to Pica's best mayor. That's Mayor Jess Alley. Buenas and Day, Mayor.
Off a day.
Merry Christmas to you. Have we turned the beautiful village of Petey into the beautiful winter wonderland of my memories?
Oh, well, you know what? It's beautiful. I don't know about winter wonderland. Man, you know, this 2024, it has been a one crazy year. We have Christmas decorations up, or Christmas lights up, but not as grand as the years past. But, you know, we'll look forward to
Well, wait a second. Well, how about this? Do we have a particular judge from Petey that's making any Buñuelos Dogu these days?
No. Well, you know what? Can I tell you that I haven't even looked for doggo. It's been that crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. So if anyone knows where we can find doggo, let us know. We usually find it up in Chico, quite honestly.
There's a workaround, and so I was at this thing with GHRA last night over at Capitol Kitchen, and you know, Chef Casey and those guys do such a great. Hey, on your next birthday party, let's have it there. Okay. I'll find Valerie and she can set the thing up. But anyway, so they had this thing, and I thought it was Buñuelos Dogu, and I bit into it, and I thought, well, this is interesting. And I said, because it didn't have a traditional Dogu flavor, but it did have the texture. And I said, what is this? And the lady said, it's bananas. It was like a banana fritter or something like that. And I'm thinking, all I'm missing on this is a little bit of maple syrup, and I will be one happy local kid. 7:48. But I have noticed wherever I've gone recently that there's been, you know, crews, Zambao guys out there with the bush cutters and the lawnmowers, and they're sprucing up, you know, the edges of the roadways and the main streets, even village streets. You know, my guy Paco's got things looking really, really sharp in MTM right now, and I'm wondering if that's something that all of the mayors are getting done, you know, just in time for the holiday.
I think it's just this time of the year. Yeah, I don't think anyone is there isn't any major initiative out there, but I think it just is a time of the year, right?
I mean, everybody's village smells like it just been, the whole thing got lawnmowered.
Yeah. You don't smell pine. You smell, what do you smell?
Yes, it smells like
grass.
Yeah, it smells like chores. It's what it smells like. That's what's going on. So I was wondering if there was some kind of an initiative that you guys over at the Mayor's Council said, okay, let's get everything done by Christmas.
No, just, you know, got to do your work. Got to get it done.
Even private sector. I was walking down in Tumon. I saw the GVB guys out there doing their thing, and there were a bunch of likewise, you know, mowers and bush cutters and the guys with the blowers out there trying to keep everything trim. All right. Well, I'm glad.
Well, you know, and
I'm glad to hear that.
It's interesting because there's 10, right? 10, at least 10 members that are leaving the council. So that's good. That's good that you're noticing it then, because, you know, that means those that are exiting are still kind of, you know, keeping it up until January 6th.
Not getting short timeritis. Hey, so is the mayor's like the legislature? You guys got committees or something like that? Where's Richard Arroyo going to be? What's he going to be chairing?
So we do kind of have those types of things. But then it depends on who the president will be. So the president will be elected on January 7th.
Wait, it's not guaranteed that it's going to be
Richard for president.
Richard, give the new guy the job.
No, so everyone's guaranteed their elected position in their municipality. But within the council, the leadership in the council, it'll change, or there's an election on the 7th, on the first Tuesday of January, following the inauguration.
Are you going to run? Is your head?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So if you don't mind campaigning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. It's you know, it's political. It's the same. It goes the same way as the legislature. Typically, there is the idea of caucus, but in this case, you know, when you run as a mayor, man, you do have to run under a party. But after you've been elected, you serve everybody, and the idea of having Republican caucus or a Democrat caucus, I think is not anything we've really subscribed to in the last several years. So,
Yeah, but I mean, how do you do that? I mean, with regards to cash resources available to the mayors and resources available to the mayors. I mean, how do you bridge the gap between the needs, not just of PD, but all of the mayors working with the response agencies like DPW, like GPD, like EPA, et cetera? How do you make those connections?
Well, I mean, to say the least, it's unequal. All right, there is an injustice when it comes to the service that we provide, that the mayors provide, versus the funding source, and without even speaking with the new incoming mayors and vice mayors, we do currently have a plan for this coming fiscal year where we would work on truly individualized budgets by district based on need. And then there's a specific calculation that we would like to apply that would be fair across the board, right? And so it's just because you're debted doesn't mean you're going to get the most amount of money, because Humatec might need, X amount of help, and Humatec might need, based on justification, based on need, their budget could increase for, significantly. But again, we're hoping to work with the incoming mayors to, apply this standard across the board, where we would approach the legislature with a truly educated and researched budget, so that coming the fiscal 26, we're not fighting like what we did. We're not arguing for money and just settling for bare bones.
Right.
But because it goes from village maintenance to safety to even healthcare. I mean, and healthcare.
No, healthcare is the most important. I mean, if you live up in Dededo, you step on a nail, the GRMC is right over there. You're in Central Guam Memorial Hospital, and if you're in the military, we've got Navy Hospital. I mean, they got fast ambulances all over the place. Different down south, we don't have a hospital, and the public health centers down there are not adequate to the task to deal with their urgent care.
And Ray, the responsibilities of a mayor have evolved from being commissioner, right? Commissioner to mayor. Even when the titles were changed, the responsibilities are just a lot different from what it was decades ago. What the Guam Code Annotated tells us is our mandate is really different from what we actually do. And so I find it difficult to go to the legislature to justify the need for these funding sources and the amount of money when it doesn't match with our mandate.
Well, the problem is over all of these years, all these different mayors have added value to the role of mayors, and now there's expectations.
I wish I could record you.
there are expectations.
Joe, can you record that clip?
It's recorded.
Right away, Mayor. Right away.
You'll be able to watch this later on KUAM. Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, Ray, that's what it is, right? And it's not. Everyone views us differently, and every mayor, has their different priorities. But the bottom line is that we still definitely do a whole lot more than what the GCA mandates us to do.
Right.
And so we need to update GCA, but we also need to justify our expenditure and our request for more money. And the need for it, right? Notwithstanding the assistance that we might or might not get from the administration or from the legislature. So we really have to plan, each municipality as.
Well, you've got the planning councils to help you with that task. 7:56 in the morning, and not to change subjects too drastically. Hey, but did you hear Senator Fisher has announced his departure from the Republican caucus? Oh wait, I didn't want to talk to you about that. I want to talk to you about obscene gestures over at the legislature and your thoughts now that among the hard work done over at the legislature, they've got a resolution censoring my neighbor Will Parkinson.
Oh man. Well, you know what? We're not even laughing, honestly. All of this, and if you watched the session, if you watched, gosh, it could have been just done with. It really could have been done with. But you know what's eating at me?
I told
more
him.
and more?
I was on the radio the next day. Said, "You better apologize right now.
Yeah.
This is not going to go away. And the longer you wait, just like any relationship, the longer you wait to apologize, the less sincere it's going to come off. And that I know of, there's still no apology, not even a recognition.
And the worst part is his group, his gang went up yesterday speaking to the public to saying, imagine this one senator saying, I forgive you, Senator Parkinson. Why the hell are you forgiving him? He never admitted anything. Oh, my God. I'm so glad those people are not there anymore.
Why are you pardoning the guy? Did he do it or not?
Yeah, did he do it or not? But apparently your friend didn't do it, so why the hell are you saying you forgive him? Oh, my gosh, don't get me started. I'm thinking, if this happened in any other situation, if this happened in California and a Chamorro man did that, do you think this would be this way?
Oh.
Hell no. So don't start with me. I mean, you know what? Talk this peanuts, pennies, whatever. But it's the principle. If this happened anywhere else in the United States of America, it would not end this way. It would not.
No. Oh, what a crazy thing. What a crazy. And I appreciate the view from Speaker Terlai and others over at the legislature. Said we've got enough problems here with men bullying women. We've got enough issues in every single village with marital disputes and we got family violence and things like that. How about we do something to elevate the conversation between men and women, even when they're angry with each other, as opposed to just I don't know, flipping the bird or whatever the hand gesture was. Mr. Mayor, you can demonstrate it for me the next time we're together.
We need a few drinks.
One or two. What do you do? Speaking of a few, where are you going to be at for New Year's? Do you know yet?
No, I don't. Why? Do you have a plan?
Wherever
Come on, you put on good parties. You can do it too.
Wherever Budweiser says to go. Maybe that's wherever the current app says to go. That might be where I hang out. Mr. Mayor, it's always a pleasure talking with you, and I gotta hope I see you soon, but before Christmas.
I know. Likewise.
Yeah.
But Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, buddy. 888-825-5888-TALK. There's something about, you know what I'd love to do was, then this would make a great New Year's celebration. Just a couple hours and with me and Pika's best mayor and Pika's best big sister, Shelley. That would be so much fun. Maybe we'll bring my brother Dave into the conversation as well. All right, 7:59 and change. Don't have a lot of time to get into it, but maybe in the next hour we'll talk about the puddle of tears that must be shed over at the Republicans at the legislature, knowing that Senator Tom Fisher is departing from the Republican caucus. Has anybody put together the little meme with his picture on it that says, sorry, Mr. Fisher, this is not the airport. You don't need to announce your departure. You can just go. It's all right. I got a breakaway for Fox News Live here on 93.3 The Point. Lots more ahead. Don't you touch that dial. Here it is, KUSG Agana headquarters for Fox News. This is The Point.
Not just murder, terrorism. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The man accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City is now indicted on multiple counts, including first-degree murder and second-degree murder as an act of terrorism.
This was not an ordinary killing, not to suggest that any killing is ordinary. But this was extraordinary.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg says the killing was meant to shock and intimidate. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the support for suspect Luigi Mangione is shocking.
Social media has erupted with praise for this cowardly attack.
She calls it an appalling celebration of murder. Mangione is a court hearing Thursday in Pennsylvania where he was arrested, now expected to possibly waive extradition to New York instead of fighting it. What some are calling a manifesto posted online in a Wisconsin school shooting is not yet confirmed to be from the suspect. Police in Madison also say the motive for yesterday's attack appears to be a combination of factors they won't reveal yet. A closed-door briefing on drone sightings for the House Intelligence Committee as the federal government continues to reassure the public there's no evidence of a public safety threat.
This is lawful, legal aviation activity, manned and unmanned, drones, civil aviation. We've seen nothing that leads us to a different conclusion.
Though National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby also tells Fox News the FBI is still following up on about 100 leads. The Biden administration urging Congress to expand counter-drone authority.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy said that investigators have found little to no evidence of anything nefarious or threatening after they deployed drone detecting advanced technology to some of these areas where sightings have happened. Meantime, the FBI is urging people to stop pointing lasers at these drones, saying that they're getting a lot of reports that they're hitting pilots in the eyes with them.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and Guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Accused New York serial killer Rex Heuermann is indicted again, charged in a 7th murder from remains found 24 years ago.
We will be filing a motion to separate, especially the first 4 from the next 2 and then from the 7th.
Defense attorney Michael Brown disputes the DNA evidence as Heuermann pleads not guilty again. A Montana judge blocks rules that stop transgender people from changing their documents.
2 women filed suit in April saying they have not been able to get documents that show the sex that they want to identify them. In Montana, 2 rules exist. One stops native-born Montanans from changing the sex on their birth certificate. The other prevents the same change on a driver's license if the birth certificate has not been altered. Both those documents are crucial to getting passports and marriage licenses. State officials have argued the term sex describes male or female, and transgender is not a protected class.
Fox's Gernal Scott, the order issued this week blocks enforcement of the rules while courts consider the case. A judge denies a bid by country star Garth Brooks to get a sexual assault lawsuit dismissed.
The lawsuit was filed by a former makeup artist, according to documents obtained by Fox News Digital. The motion to dismiss the complaint in the Central District of California was denied due to an original action still pending in another state. In September, the 62-year-old country performer filed a lawsuit in Mississippi, allegedly attempting to block an impending suit by Jane Doe. In the Brooks lawsuit, he denied the woman's claim that he raped her in 2019 during a trip to California for a music event. The judge ruled the California case will be stayed pending further information on the Mississippi case. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Stocks finished lower, 9th loss in a row for the Dow. That hasn't happened since 1978. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
1 week left. 7 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Hafide, it's 8:06. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. The legislature passed Resolution 472 calling for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to open a regional office on Guam during a session on Monday. Earlier this year, resolution author Tello Taitigui presented a similar measure at the 2024 Association of Pacific Island Legislatures Conference, where it received unanimous support from Micronesian lawmakers. Taitigui says with the resolution, they are sending a clear message: we stand with our veterans. Establishing a VA office on Guam is not just about convenience, it's about justice, she says. Currently, veterans and their families face the staggering financial burdens of having to travel across the Pacific to access essential VA resources in Hawaii. Meanwhile, senators recessed session until December 30th in anticipation of the governor vetoing any of the items passed on Monday night. One of those measures would stand up an anti-drug task force. Senator Chris Duenas' Bill 250 got enough votes to be sent to the governor's desk. If signed into law, it would establish a multi-agency unified law enforcement group known as MAULIC. The group's mission would be to stop drugs from being smuggled and sold on the island. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Guam Motorsports Association Vice Chair John Birch says the site inspection of the former Jigo Raceway with the Chamorro Land Trust Commission went well, but they noticed a lot of overgrowth and vandalism. He says it baffles him to hear that the CLTC and certain legislators were in such a rush to shut the place down and had no plan or idea to maintain or at a minimum keep the property in the state that they received it in more than a year ago. But he remains hopeful that GMA will get the place open and running once again and hopes CLTC and its board can work together. Finally, the Guam Community College will host a one-stop registration opportunity fair tomorrow in the multi-purpose auditorium in Building 300. The free event is open to the public from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. New or returning students can register on-site for the spring 2025 semester, which starts on January 8th. Back to Ray.
Okay, now one of the stories you were talking about, CLTC and the Guam Motorsports Association.
Yes.
There's a picture. KUAM News has got a picture of the facility right now, and you can see where the big house is and a bunch of the containers, and you can also see just how overgrown the place has gotten. The jungle literally has reclaimed what was once the Guam Raceway Park. And no matter what happens at the end of all of this, if the CLTC and GMA are able to come to some kind of an agreement, the problem is anticipate thousands and thousands of dollars are going to be spent clearing that property once again and making it useful. I'm sure every inch of copper has already been stolen from that place as well. 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning. Normally we jump into weather, and I thought you know what I have it in front of me, but I was using the paper for something else. I was going to even though Grok did a pretty good job of my manifesto, Joe, I still feel like I should have my own Ray Gibson homegrown manifesto. So I continue to work on that, and I've come up with a couple, and there's not a whole lot, and frankly a lot of this stuff, it's stuff that my dad taught me when I was younger, like this is how you sleep in church.
Yeah,
very important lesson. Another lesson: never get rid of your old shoes before you have another pair. But I'm not sure he was talking about shoes. Yeah. And then there was another one. Speaking of shoes, never go cheap on shoes or beds because you spend too much time in both of them, and they both need to be super comfortable. Yeah. There's one that I remember from the 1970s. Pop didn't teach me this, but it for sure needs to be a thing. And this is good for boys and girls. If you got it, flaunt it. Don't hide your secret under a bushel. Let the world know everything that you've got. If you've got particularly good looking about something in one of your body parts or whatever, make sure everybody knows all about it. And then there's this one last one. And it's one word. It is one word. Karma. Needs no explanation. But it's talk radio, so I might give you one a little bit later on. Anyway, 8:11 in the morning. Here's the weather for today. Partly sunny. Daytime highs of about 88 degrees. Ooh, another warm one, huh? It's going to feel like 96. That's with the heat index. East winds up to 18 miles an hour. That's just regular blowing winds up to 18 miles an hour. We'll see gusts as high as 24 today, 22 tonight. So anything got knocked down over the last 24 hours, probably going to get knocked down again. Tie those things down, would you? You ever had to say that to a woman? Tie those things down, would you? Anyway, scattered showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with highs near 87 for tomorrow. Friday says partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees as well. There's a 30% chance of rain today. Urge you to take good care when you're into watery areas of beaches and reefs and things like that. Rip currents and high surf advisories are in effect. Possibility that there might be some man of war out there, some of the jellyfish. And unless you've got some vinegar on you, I'd highly recommend that you stay away from them. They can sting you even when they're dead, just like the legislature. Sunset tonight's going to be at 5:58. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together on The Point.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information.
Yep.
GTA, we start with you.
Nice. 8:13, Ray Gibson Show. We'll take a quick look at what's going on in traffic. I may add this permanently, just after 8 o'clock look at traffic. Lately, we don't see a whole lot happening at 6:45, 7:45, and then bam, 8 o'clock in the morning. And it looks like it's going to be this bad all day long today. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but what with the holidays and everybody seems to have a car and is driving all over the place, generally on the roads that I need to be on. But I don't need to be on it for as long as I have been lately. So maybe less traffic is going to end up being better. Anyway, so more on that in a second. But portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and soon to be Executive of the Year, Kim Anderson-Young over at Security Title. What is it that they do around there? Most of it's in the name, securing the title, making sure there's no real estate karma on that. And they take care of escrow, and they do so much more. If you want to know everything they do and where it might intersect with your business, buy yourself tickets to the Executive of the Year show and make sure that you get to sit at the same table as Kim and Ron from Security Title.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
The basics on the traffic from here. It looks like things are slowly dying down up in the Dededo area. Not a whole lot of traffic at Ipaupau. It's made its way past Payless and now the intersection of 1 and 3. We're still fairly busy getting down from there. Micronesia Mall intersection down into Upper Tumon. Looking pretty good, but like I said, still in all some slowdowns in front of DPW and the Kmark area. And things crazy on Route 10 Alpha over at the Donkey intersection. That one is running slower than normal. If you're on Marine Corps Drive headed towards ITC building and GPO area, expect lots and lots of delays around there in both directions, frankly. Dogging out traffic up on Route 8. This is why I'm looking at the thing going, for real? From around the McMobile station, southbound, all the way towards the intersection that takes you into Teedson. Slower than normal traffic through there, and things still haven't died down on Route 4 either. Just kind of enjoy the ride. I'm here. I'm on the radio.
Do the cops behind you.
Hey, slow down. Slow down. Hey, buckle your seatbelt. He's gonna give you the man's gonna pinch you for that anyway. 8:16 in the morning. Thanks very much for the music. You don't necessarily need to do that. You are gonna see a little bit of traffic as you get closer from in between Ordot and Sinanya this morning, and still nothing major over at Big Navy in Sumai. On TV over the weekend, when I was a little boy, one of my favorite things was waiting for all of the Christmas specials and the animation and the claymation and the Rankin Bass shows to come on television. I'm a little bit older now, but I will still stop if I see it playing and watch just for the sheer nostalgia of it. And what was the name of the guy with the abominable snowman? And they had this Pikes Peak looking dude. Do you remember him?
I thought that was Rudolph, right?
Yeah, I think it was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So one of the misfits that they traveled around with was.
I forgot what his name was.
I thought he was great. It's one of my favorite characters. You know why? Because he had a gun and an axe and a knife on him at all times, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We need to go back to having real men like that around here all the time. Is everybody running, got concealed carry? Look at me, I got a concealed carry. Screw that, just open carry. Open carry. I mean, unless you look like you're a freaky guy, I think most people would feel safer if they knew that you were running around with a gun and in the very least a knife. Or you know what? Every once in a while, when I feel like I have to balance things out, is I'll have the gun on one side of my body, and then I'll have one of those what do you call it? The retractable baton.
Oh yeah,
those are great. Those are awesome. Sometimes I run with them, and then I run by places.
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Yes. Oh, there's a story. Wait. December 15th. That was just a couple of days ago. Officer Valencia and Perez were patrolling in Tamuning. Valencia and Perez, are they the two girls? Which one is which?
I don't know, man. I lose track.
Bro, I saw a woman cop the other day. She was blocking. She was doing blocking for an escort over at one of the big intersections.
Yes,
and like Kmart, and she gets out of the squad car. Hey. Hey, is your husband married? I'm just saying they've been hiring a lot of good-looking police officers, and even the ambassadors down in Tumon. There's one or
yellow
two
shirts.
There's one or two lookers in those yellow shirts.
Yeah, I saw her.
Okay. Anyway, officers Valencia and Perez were patrolling in Tamuning when they observed Honda McCord driving on the wrong side of the road. As the officers approached the vehicle, 10:05 p.m. What's the rule, Joe?
Nothing good happens after 10.
Yep, clearly.
Even 5 minutes after.
And 5 minutes, even 5 minutes after. It nearly collided with the raised median. Police initiated a traffic stop and met with the operator, Chanel Story. I don't have a picture here, who was noted to have red bloodshot eyes. Not makeup, it was red bloodshot actual eyes. Officers further noticed a strong odor of intoxicating beverage emitting from her breath as she spoke. When Officer Valencia asked Story if she had been drinking, she responded, "I smoked a lot of weed, ma'am." Story agreed to take it. And that's nice. It starts off with ma'am.
What's a lot?
Yeah, I don't know. 2025, who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, Story agreed to take a standardized field sobriety test, which revealed sufficient positive clues to indicate that she was under the influence of alcohol. She was arrested at 10:17. Once she was placed in wrist restraints, she began to shout and became belligerent. She yelled at the police. She says, "You guys are blank and racist. Is it because I'm white?" Officer Valencia tried to escort Story into the back of the patrol car, but Story placed both feet in front of her, physically preventing the officers from placing her in the back of the vehicle. What's that called, Joe?
Arresting her?
No, it's called resisting. She was resisting her. Once she was successfully placed in the back seat, she began screaming and banging on the seats and the door of the vehicle while she continued to shout.
Oh, that's damaging government property.
Yep. Breath test was performed at the precinct. Registered Story's blood alcohol content at 0.185. And so,
oh man, she's still alive?
There's right? Is that a lot?
That's a lot, dude. Yeah. I think it's 0.08. It's the max.
Some of you that are on my Christmas list are going to be getting breathalyzers.
Yeah.
Just because. I want us to have like a breathalyzer gang.
They're all calibrated. Trust him.
No, they're not. Because I got one of those things, and no wonder why they were so cheap. Because it takes a second to get used to it and figure out how it works.
Well, man,
and then
I'm
after
really
that,
ripped.
then you find out just how poor quality. They're like Temu. They're like Temu breathalyzers. Anyway, so driving while impaired, resisting arrest, underage consumption of alcohol as well. They didn't say anything about that. When's the birthday on this one here? Sometime in 2005. Yeah. So there you go. Just the rule here is you should not drink in excess and smoke marijuana at the same time. Generally, you should do one or the other, but not both, correct?
Yeah.
That would be the thinking. All right. Anyway, 8:21 in the morning.
Advice, Ray.
What's that?
I said good advice.
Thank you very much. Yes, from the only non-stoner.
One or the other.
From the only non-stoner that you know. I've learned my lessons. I learned my lessons a long time ago, and you know what? Every once in a while, I'll dabble and live to regret it. So I stay away from marijuana. I like people that smoke it. Don't get me wrong. The smell doesn't bother me. You do you.
They're
you
nice
do you.
people.
Yeah, and everybody kind of calms down, and the conversations get really, really good. Anyway, 8:22, and I want to do a shout to my friends over at KUAM. I launched into the conversation talking about the television specials that we had when we were growing up and everything. And it looks like, there's a tradition that they're trying to get started. Christmas with Andrea Bocelli and Friends. A Grammy holiday special will be airing on Christmas Day on KUAM. It's going to be from 8 until 9, Tomorrow Standard Time on TV 11. And it's kind of a wordy press release on this. Special features Grammy winners Dua Lipa and Jennifer Hudson, Grammy-nominated singer and songwriter Josh Groban, and singer and actress Sylvia Carson, alongside Andrea Bocelli's wife Veronica Bocelli and hot daughter Virginia Bocelli. And you'll be able to watch all of this stuff. The reason why I bring it up, for a couple of reasons, is there's nothing like watching people sing and play guitars and all of that stuff around the Christmas holidays. And then the other one is I cannot hear the voice of Bocelli without thinking of my mom, who absolutely loved his voice. So I might tune into some of that. Again, it's going to be Christmas evening at 8 o'clock. So after you're done with everything, just kind of sit back, crawl back, and let the TV watch you for a little bit. 8:23, and I got this yesterday. And it was the press release from the office of Senator Tom Fisher. He's got a little head thing at the top. He's got the logo, and then he's got a quote. I don't know if this is the Fisher manifesto. It reads, "At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." It's a quote from Abraham Lincoln. Or maybe it's Adolf Lincoln. I don't know. He didn't write it out. It's just A. Lincoln. I don't know. But anyway, the press release says, Senator Tom Fisher has officially informed Speaker Therese Terlahi of the 37th Guam Legislature. Hold on a second. I think I've got a picture of Therese Terlahi of the 37th Guam Legislature. Stand by one. There it is. There's the smile on her face as she received this. That he will no longer caucus with the Republican Party of Guam. Senator Fisher emphasized that this decision aligns with his desire to serve the people of Guam without the constraints of party politics as he considers future opportunities in nonpartisan public service. The AG's office, Real Joe, is not a partisan position.
No, it's not.
No, you can be a Whig if you want to and run in that, and just as long as you. And the notification was basically one line: please take note that I will no longer caucus or identify with the Republican Party in the 37th Guam Legislature. Inquiring minds want to know, will you be leaving the Republican Party? To what degree do you suppose he might still be welcome at the meetings of the members of the Republican Party, given some positions that he's taken on the floor, given some votes that have transpired since the here and then at that one single term as a senator in the 37th Guam Legislature? Inquiring minds want to know. Now, I've got some ins in the Republican Party, as you might suggest, but I'm kind of curious what their immediate reaction was. In fact, Real Joe, perhaps we should reach out to Tattoo Sean Gumatautau and find out. Normally you'd think there would be some kind of a response, a written response to that, and I'm pretty sure the Republicans had a little bit of a caucus yesterday. So I'm kind of curious to see if there is an official position taken by the Republican Party on the departure from Republican caucus of one Senator Tom Fisher. Just kind of curious. We'll see what we can find out before the end of the day. 8:26 in the morning, and a lot of Christmas parties and things like that you're going to be going to. And I gotta say, for the most part, I'm making a whole lot of new acquaintances in the last couple of weeks at some of the big socials and the big gatherings that take place. And sometimes, I can be one of a couple of different people at these things. Sometimes I, retiring kind of fade into the background kind of version of Ray Gibson. Other times, I'm kind of, forward and maybe a little bit cheeky in some of the conversations, and that's just the way I am. I don't know from one event to the next what it's going to be, but I got to say I was very, very happy that there was a guy. I had not ever met him before. And he was trying to sell me raffle tickets. I didn't want to buy any raffle tickets, but I didn't want to blow him off. So we got into a little bit of a conversation. I was pleased that he was curious about who I was. He's not from around these parts, and we got into talking about what it is that we do here on the program. Political gossip and smart-ass comments and that kind of thing. And he says, "Oh, you should listen to this podcast. Maybe you can identify with the guy." And so we got along just fine. But you might not have that ability to just crack the ice with somebody right off the top. You might want to try this, and this comes to me. I think this is Axios here, and they're concerned that people aren't making the appropriate connections or are a little bit too reserved around the holidays. An easy way, they say, to brighten someone's day and break the ice, ask them this question. Are you ready? What do you get complimented on the most? Does this go back to my if you got it, flaunt it thing? What do you get complimented on the most? Think about it. Somebody somewhere out there is something on you, in you, about you that people absolutely love. Like, oh my God, I love her so much because she makes the best stuffed eggs. Right?
Yeah.
Deviled eggs. She makes great deviled eggs.
Best eggs.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about stuffed mushroom. I married somebody once because of her ability, among other things, to make stuffed mushrooms. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. But what is it that you get complimented on the most? Who knows? Somebody might be asking you a question like that, or maybe you want to know about somebody. I'm not saying that a relationship, a deep and meaningful relationship, is going to come from this. It might only just be a holiday, one night regrettable stand. But there is also the possibility there could be something incredible. And at the very least, you'll make a new friend and you'll learn more about them than they would already have volunteered. More on things like that around the holidays. Oh, and I promised trends. We were talking about trends last hour. Trends, that's T-R-E-N-D, not trans. I was not talking about trends.
What's trending?
What is trending right now? And I mentioned pickles. Now, Burger King has got a burger. They've got a Whopper that's got fried pickles in it. And I've tried one, and they are absolutely to die for. And a crazy combination of flavors. We don't want you to dip it in ketchup. They want you to dip it in ranch dressing. Hey! And it was a few years ago that I learned that the incredible amount of satisfaction and savoriness that comes from dipping my pizza into ranch dressing. Have you ever tried?
Yes, sir.
So good, and I think so good for you. Jerome McDonald online says, I got compliments the most on my barbecue steaks, T-bone, porterhouse, and ribeye.
It's overcooked, bro. Your steak is dry, J-Mac.
No. So everybody was trading their recipes to make the best deviled eggs pop right out of the shell. Maybe there's going to be other people. You ought to do that. It's okay if you're listening right now and you're on Facebook Live or YouTube Live and want to show off a little bit about your skills. Go ahead, 50 words or more, and type in your steak recipe. Everybody's got a different one. And I've told you mine. I put salt on it, stick it in the refrigerator for about 4 hours, let the moisture come out from the outside of the steak, pat it down. And a little bit more salt for seasoning just to make sure, and then throw that on a blazing, it's almost glowing hot fire for like 30 seconds on one side, flip it over, maybe 30 seconds on the other side. The object of the game is to get yourself a nice sear, a nice char on the outside, but pink and juicy on the inside.
Ooh, pink.
Virtually raw. You know what I mean? That's mine. And see, you can do it that quick. Jose Martinez, rectangle school pizza and ranch dressing was the gold standard back in the day.
God, rectangle pizza.
I'd kill for that again. Okay, but getting back to the trends. Gen Z and Gen X are focusing on a laid-back maritime attitude, so expect to see more cable knit sweaters, striped tops, and sardine tattoos. Beauty trends inspired by mermaids like sultry siren makeup and wet, wavy hair. Now, I'm not going to say, but I've got a friend, her name is Aubreen, and she's changed her profile picture, and it is now all like crazy, wild, curly hair. And I'm going, baby, that's kryptonite. So ponder. Showers, that is not baths, but like baby showers, they're now referring to them as nesting parties are the new way to do it. Events are less about buying gifts and more about helping new parents prep for postpartum life. Setting up the home, cooking freezer-friendly meals, getting them those trash cans where they've got the little mechanism in there, so when you put the dirty diaper in there, it kind of spins around. So the house doesn't stink like baby poop.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice thing to do.
Yeah.
And then cherry everything. Cherry red.
Cherry everything.
Will be the it color in makeup and fashion. Search interest for cherry vibe. Wow. Interest for cherry by the phrase increased by 325% from September 2022 to August of this year, also extending beyond beauty to cherry cars, cherry martinis, and as they do on Star 101, every once in a while we got some cherry tunes for you, right? So maybe that's the thing. Cherry everything.
Cherry lip gloss.
Ponder. Agate red.
Agate red.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Lipstick. We used to call it, among my very posh friends, referred to it as Boonie Vogue, categorized by a white shirt with a red bra underneath.
Ooh,
yeah. Bringing it back. Bring back those cherries. It's 8:33 in the morning, and time for our last big, it will be time for our last big look at news and headlines with Norman and Annalisa on the other side of these incredible messages.
The holidays are about family, gathering around the table, sharing moments of joy, and making memories that last. At PFC Finance, we've been helping families make those moments possible for 48 years. Happy holidays from our PFC family to yours. Sitzo's Maasi, Guam.
Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tamaning.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Ain't we rocking now? Celebrity birthdays, special events on the other side. We'll all kinds of newsy stuff that we'll dive into between now and 9 o'clock. Just after 9 o'clock, special in-studio guests from Guam Regional Medical City. They're our healthcare partners, and they're bringing in, and I will, it's like when they bring in the back guy, I'm concentrating on my posture. Today, speech therapists. Did you hear how I overpronounced that?
Yeah, I heard that, man.
Speech therapists.
They're going to look over at me.
Will be in the studio here, and we'll talk about speech therapy and where there are applications, perhaps for speech therapists that you have not even pondered. Now, it's 8:35 and time for our last big look at news and headlines. Aren't we all nervous about the way we're speaking and the tone of our voices now, Norman and Annalisa?
Well, Ray, the possible resurrection of Guam's never-enforced 1990 abortion ban is still being argued in federal court, despite the U.S. Supreme Court declining to hear arguments in the case this past October. Attorney General Doug Moylan wants a federal appeals court to lift the injunction on the old abortion ban, but Governor Lulian Guerrero and a number of doctors that want abortions provided on Guam argue the matter should be thrown out. Meanwhile, a second man is accused of being part of an assault outside a Tumon club that sent one man to the hospital, according to a magistrate's complaint filed in Superior Court of Guam. Jamel Michael Baza was charged with aggravated assault as a third-degree felony and unlawful restraint as a misdemeanor. Last week, Christian Ramos Regis was charged with aggravated assault as a secondary felony. Finally, foot traffic and spending from the military buildup are keeping hotels and the Guam economy afloat, but other businesses in the tourism sector are worse off, with visitor numbers still less than half what they were pre-pandemic. That's based on discussion from private sector and government experts at a tourism industry recovery forum held Monday, hosted by the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association and the Guam Travel and Tourism Association. Long stays by military and construction personnel are likely keeping hotel rooms booked and taxes flowing to the government, says Mark Baldiga, owner of several Tumon dining and entertainment venues. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Yeah, Mary Rhodes sent me a document here, the Master Draft GVB Short-Term Tourism Recovery Plan and Situation Report. I promised that I'd read the whole thing, and then I realized as I'm scrolling down on it, the thing is 83 pages long. So we'll get through this together, and I'll pull out some highlights, and we'll arrange some interviews with people and find out what they've got to say about this plan as they move forward. Celebrity birthdays. Are you ready? You don't do this part.
Okay.
You normally jet by the time we're...
Normally, yes.
Yeah, but you lagged. You lagged just long. And now you're stuck.
Okay, I'm here.
Celebrity birthday, number one, Keith Richards. Band, maybe you've heard of it, called the Rolling Stones.
Just still alive?
He's 81.
Jeez.
He's 81 years old. Happy birthday to you. Thanks for all the tunes. Steven Spielberg is 78 years old today. And in honor of all of the drones, may I suggest that we pay homage and tribute to the great Steven Spielberg by watching E.T. or Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Director's Edition.
Wait, didn't he do Goonies?
He also did Goonies.
Yeah.
We can also. I'm just saying. You know, with all the ET stuff and what did Brad? How did Brad pronounce it? Aliens.
Yeah,
aliens. Aliens. So we'll watch Steven Spielberg alien movies today. Brad Pitt is 61 years old and continues to just do everything. You want to talk about a versatile actor? I tell you what, the role that he played when he beat up the Bruce Lee guy. And you know which movie I'm talking about? No, the L.A. Story or something like that.
Bullet Train or
Bullet Train was a little bit too campy, but I get it. He does campy stuff fairly well as well. Happy 61st birthday to him. Stone Cold Steve Austin is 60 years old today. Most people in your age group grew up, and he was a big was a big hero. And wrestling is real. Just FYI, it's all real. The singer Sia is 49 years old. Katie Holmes is 46. Who's the famous mom of that one?
Tom Cruise.
Katie Holmes, as in Tom Cruise's ex.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Who am I thinking of?
He's the baby daddy.
Did she have a baby?
Yeah, she had a baby with Tom Cruise.
But didn't she run away with him because
he was like
he's
Scientologist,
super Scientologist, like
he's got
11th
witchcraft, right?
11th Dan or something like that. Scientology. Christina Aguilera is 44 years old. Genie in a Bottle Baby, and Billie Eilish is 23 years old. So things to celebrate today include Bake Cookies Day, which is this a ripoff of Cookies Day that we did the other day. B-Man Dennis Larson and an army of beekeepers on Guam. Today is your day. It's I Love Honey Day, and I'll give you free airtime if you're selling your honey anywhere, because I think it makes a great gift, a great last-minute gift, stocking stuffer. You don't need to buy it. It's not expensive, because trust me, it's coming out their ears. It's a supply-demand issue. There's plenty of supply, and I'm just trying to create some demand. So if you need to get some homegrown local honey that originates from B-Man Dennis Larson's farm, any Shirley's on Guam will have some for you there. And they're all over at the Paylesses as well. Just make sure that it's got some kind of homegrown Guam label. Roast Suckling Pig Day.
Yeah.
I'm down.
I'm down.
I'm down. We cook it on the spit.
Count us in, man.
With the little boys turning it, and then somebody putting some kind of a marination over the top of it. Yes. The crackling of a roast suckling pig. I can taste it now. Ham Salad Day. If you're not going to be suckling a pig, it's Twin Day. I don't know if this is for people.
God, I love twins.
Or twins. or if it's for people that like to twin, like Norman Analista and his wife.
We're twinning.
where she's wearing the girl version of the pattern that Norman is wearing.
That's not quite twinning. That's
it's close.
Complementing each other's outfits,
right.
Twinning. Yeah.
But it's still one of my favorite things to see Japanese girls walking down the streets wearing identical muumuus from Ross, and then the same thing where they've got the guy and he's got the shirt and the shorts, and the lady's got the muumuu of the same design. Where do we get that stuff? I'm gonna lurk around an ABC store and see what I can do about twinning. Me and Real Joe gonna twin one day, and since
dude, I'll do it.
Since I'm the only one with hair still in the studio, this one here sounds entertaining. It's wear a plunger on your head day. Now, the only people that this works for is bald people, where you get a plunger and you stick it on the guys. Have you seen that in the social media, right?
Man. I'll do it, but it's got to be a used plunger.
It's got to be a used
Can't
plunger.
Be brand new.
Gotcha. Norman, thanks so much. Norman's going to take off tomorrow, and then we're going to have Rai St. Nicholas.
That's right.
We embarrassed into convincing him.
That's going to be cool.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
He's got hair too, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
He's got a little bit. Okay, he's got more hair than me.
We got that coming in tomorrow, so we'll catch up with you on Friday. All right, looking forward to that. Thanks, Norman. You have a terrific rest of the day.
Too.
Stay out of trouble. It's 8:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll take a quick break and come back.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. $1 soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Mean Machine is definitely online this morning, and no hesitation here, guys. If you got something that you've seen in the social media and you think it's worth sharing with other like-minded individuals, by all means, send it to 797-8255, 797-TALK. I love this one here. The best part of waking up is Donald Trump is president. How's that? Nice logo. Good work with the AI here. 8:43 in the morning. Earlier talking about Senator Tom Fisher divorcing himself, as it were, from the Republican caucus over in the 37th Guam legislature. Mary has some thoughts on that. Good morning. Merry Christmas, Mary.
Oh, and Merry Christmas to you, too. Listen, I am pro-life, and I have been a Democrat on and off my whole life. But I don't vote for Democrats unless I particularly care for them. And I know about Tom Fisher because he was good friends with a friend of ours, Bo Kidigwa. And he was with him in Saudi Arabia, I believe. But what I'm telling you is the viciousness of abortion and what he wants to push through on this island is horrible. And I will never vote for him, nor people that I speak to about abortion on Guam. And the thing is that if he was a Republican, I don't know why they would bother welcoming a baby killer. Another one, because we have so many here on Guam that think abortion is great. And I believe that I know they're always talking about Chamorro culture and the language and all these things that are important to Chamorros here on Guam. And if you continue aborting babies, you're not going to have any Chamorros. And
good point.
And also, I really like Will Parkinson, but I cannot vote for him because of his support of everything that Tom Fisher does. And, you're entitled to your own opinions, but I'm telling you, that the worst thing on this island of Guam right now is the tremendous support of abortion. And I am very firm in it. And the other thing I want to say,
Well, it's top down. It's top down, isn't it, Mary?
Well, no, nothing to do with that. Is that I didn't know it was twinning day because in my family we have several sets of twins, and they always dress them alike when they're little. But I don't have any girls to put them in pink, so they're all boys, and they're not interested when they start to go to school in dressing alike. So on that note, I guess that is a pro-life statement. Okay, and I will not, and I don't vote for anybody who supports abortion, and there are more people that still feel that way, unless you have the radical youth that support abortion. And think about it. Keep having abortions. Go ahead. Kill the babies. And I don't care. They're not a clump of cells. They're a human being. And we care more about our pets than we do about babies. Thank you.
Mary, I appreciate your call and ditto on everything, starting with I am pro-life. I remember, and they did a nose count on an abortion issue over at the legislature, and when I saw his name on that side of it, I thought, oh, my God, I think we've been sold a bill of goods here. And I certainly was not alone with that thinking. And as I said, I think it's one of those top-down things. It comes from Adelup and their strong desires to see abortions done here on Guam. 847 on the Ray Gibson Show.
I have a replacement for Tom Fisher.
We do?
Or, yeah, we'll do a trade. We'll take Jonathan Savaris.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, deal.
There he is on line 2.
Oh, right on. Hey, John, how you doing?
Half a day, Ray. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Point Familiar, and good morning, Guam. I just wanted to call in and my good friend Joe Cruz, he says, John, we'll just replace you with Tom Fisher, no problem, hands down. And I'm like, well, let's be realistic. Tom Fisher is, and much respect to his work in the legislature over the last 2 years, and good luck for his journey in pursuing AG. But the reality is he's shown that it seems like him and I are we should flip-flop, right? Talking about Miss Mary, who was just on. Growing up, I was very much, life is important, right? We don't kill people. We don't justify killing people in our laws. So the reality of it is, why are we going to kill babies in the womb, right? Especially if it's unnecessary. There's tendencies when it comes to there's issues when it comes dealing with rape of mother's life. Those are things that can be hammered out within the legislative floor. But the reality is we don't allow murder. We don't allow killing. We don't stand up for that stuff unless there's a situation that we saw where people are defending their home. So why are we going to continuously stand up and try to push that narrative, right? And I understand people have rights to free speech, and we live in a democracy, but our laws already tell us that we should not kill people. Our commandment, right, my morals, right, my faith tells me thou shalt not kill. And wholeheartedly, I had to just throw that out there when hearing Miss Mary speak. But, it's funny because Senator Fisher is saying he's going to run in 26 for AG, and I'll tell it. I'll make it very clear. I'm running in 26 for Senator, but I'm probably going to run Republican. Because of the narrative that the Democratic Party has been tossing. The Democratic Party of Guam that I see today is not the Democratic Party of Guam that I grew up with. And my family's been a part of the party for 40 since
I hear that from a growing number of Democrats. Somebody like a Clinton, I don't know that Bill Clinton would not survive. He's too much of a centrist now for the radical nature of what the Democratic Party has turned into. And somebody like John F. Kennedy would certainly not fit in with the narratives and the play that is the Democratic Party these days. It's an interesting conversation at a whole lot of different levels. But I appreciate you. I appreciate the swap here. I'm wondering, how many more can we get? One Fisher equals how many other converted Democrats?
There are. Well, let's look at it real quick. There was a Democrat who flipped, and is now a new incoming Republican senator. Senator-elect Sabrina Salas-Manzanani ran as a lieutenant governor candidate of the Democratic
as a Democrat,
Party.
Yes.
That's right. We had Will Parkinson. Not Will Parkinson. Oh, he will not flip. But we had Will Castro years ago do the same thing. There are other names from Democrats who have ran, people who have ran Democrats, and I've spoken to them. They've reached out to me because they don't feel that this liberal ideology that's being spat out is the way that the future of our island should be driven. And so there are other people who are looking at abandoning, not necessarily abandoning the people of Guam, they're abandoning the party that doesn't represent a bulk of what they're hearing on the ground.
Well, and even if it's just that one issue, that should be sufficient to get you to question your direction and your motives politically. 8:51 in the morning. John, always a pleasure talking with you. We'll get together again soon. Yeah, hugging a kiss to your mom. Hope everybody's good.
Yes, and she's retiring. And once again, we want to thank everybody on Guam for the opportunity for her to serve for 2 decades. It's been a journey, and we appreciate the support from everybody in the community. Thank you.
Yeah, she's always been a good friend. Studio time, 8:51, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Is this Frank now on line one?
Yes,
Buenas
sir,
Nabade, Frank. Welcome to the program. Merry Christmas.
Hey, yeah, buenas, Merry Christmas. I like to further that. And the lady was speaking about Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher, he ran as a Republican, but he seems more like a Democrat. Another thing, Ray, is we don't need a woke attorney general here in Guam. We've seen what happens with woke attorney generals. And that guy's woke.
Some would say we've already had one. Some would say we already had one. Or two.
Ray, if you ever have that guy on the show, ask him, can men get pregnant? And, how many genders there are? I want him to answer that.
It's been a long time since we've extended an invitation.
If you ever have him on the show or he calls in, ask him how many genders there are and can men get pregnant?
Will do. Can just anybody go to the girls' bathroom? What about men in women's sports? Men and women's.
That guy's woke. We shouldn't have that guy at the Attorney General. Keep that guy away from the Attorney General's office.
Anki, you got it, buddy. I'll see you soon. Merry Christmas to you and fam. 888-8255.
Dude, Frank's a woke radar.
It's done. It's over. It's over. They went too far. The wokies went too far. And I don't think they realized it. They took advantage of people's good nature and our politeness, I think, and took advantage of it and took it on rides that they should never have taken it on. And among them was I would say, I mean, you can figure out which Rubicon was crossed, but in my mind it was when they started having tranny story hour with children. I think, and those conversations that were taking place with little children in these story time hours, and then you've got the woke teachers that are trying to convince children before they even get into first grade, and kids are dumb. And they will think that I'm a pirate. I want to be a policeman when I grow up, so I'm gonna act like a policeman. I am, and I'm Batman.
You can fly.
There's pictures of me in a Batman outfit, and I wanted to be Batman when I was a little boy.
He's right. Kids are dumb.
I'm 62 years old. I still want to be Batman, but I know the difference between fantasy and reality, and I don't go and I don't push it that far. And they made it so that all of these poor children were putty in their hands, so much so that they have sterilized themselves with these gender surgeries that they've had. And you just got to wonder what the long-term psychosis and the long-term effects of all of that are going to be. The BLM banner hanging in his office was a huge red flag, says Jose Martinez, also noting that Guam GOP has an anti-abortion platform, but not necessarily anti-abortion candidates. Actually, the platform could have been more strongly worded. I generally stay away from the topic because I know it raises everybody's dunder. It is an important concept. I know which side of it I am on. I am pro-life. I've always been pro-life. I'll debate the topic anytime because I think it comes down to something as simple as what John said and what Mary said. Let's not kill the babies. What's going on here? There was a recent case, Jose, or one of you guys might be able to remind me, just a few days ago. There was a guy that was busted for assaulting a pregnant woman, and there were 2 charges there. There were 2 charges involved in that. One of them was the assault on the woman herself, and then the other one was an assault on an unborn child. And so can we not from that extrapolate the desires of the framers that a baby in the womb is still a person, and that person can be harmed by somebody or something or some event outside of the womb. And one last note on Mary's point, which I have to agree with, is all of the conversation about the culture, et cetera, and we have to save our language, and we have to save our people, and we have to save our culture. Then what's the point of doing that if we're going to be killing all these little brown babies in the womb? Maybe I'm oversimplified. I'm a simple person. And it just seems to me that that's the way it is. 888-825-888-TALK. That's not where I wanted to go with this conversation. The conversation I wanted to have was to whether are they done partying in the Republican Party, so that they could take 5 minutes to write out a
manifesto.
No, not a manifesto. Hi, we're the Republican Party of Guam, and we're in receipt of Tom Fisher's paperwork to Teresa Areola, and all we can say is thank you very much, sir. We danced long into the night. As I said, they might still be partying now. I know Tello is. Oh, Tello. I'm sure there's a statement there. Yeah. Dare we? I don't know if we've got time.
Yeah.
Just closing in.
God, you got me wondering now, man.
A couple of minutes away from the
What would Tello do?
Tell me, Tello, you want to. Can I just, as a total aside, this show has been nothing but asides today, but let me just give you another one. So I was reminded a couple of nights ago that the legislature was in session, and then they were break, and then they were back in session, and they voted on a bunch of stuff, and there was some spirited conversation among the senators of the 37th Guam legislature. My dear Speaker, I rise in support of my colleague from Dedido's amendment. But there were more than a couple of times where references were made to, yes, I heard my colleague on the radio and he said, or I heard so-and-so on the radio and she said. And to my colleagues in the 37th Guam legislature, may I ask you to remember that when you say these things, I want you to do it this way. I heard on the Ray Gibson show on 93.3 The Point, my colleagues utter that ludicrous statement.
And thank you for listening.
Yes, and thank you very much. Sometimes you mention Patty's name, and then you don't mention my name when it's me, and it pisses me off. So I'm just saying, spell it right, Raygibson, and just write me into the legislative record. That's what I'm going to be asking for. That's the legacy, if you will. I'm not going to be able to build any hospitals. I'm not even sure if just by bringing it up that we'll get the AM back in the GUAM at the pretend Guam seal, the living Guam seal that we've got in Agana. As near as I can tell, that's still not there. Wouldn't that make a great Christmas gift to the people of Guam by Adelup? And say,
that'll be a nice surprise.
There was a storm and it broke the AM part of the GUAM logo on the living Guam seal at Paseo, but we found a replacement for it, and it will be installed just in time for the holidays. Yes. Right?
Right.
Did I say an areola?
You did, man.
Don Emila says, Ray, you mean Terlai, not areola. Doesn't matter. Whatever fits. I got a breakaway. You got Fox News Live coming up. In the next hour, speech therapists from Guam Regional Medical City will be in the studio here, and we'll talk a little bit about speech therapy and different ways that you might find yourself needing it. Stroke much? Yeah, it's a big part of recovery. More like that on the way.
Upgraded charges. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. New York prosecutors say that's what the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson will face once he's returned to New York.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg announced the addition of first-degree murder to serious counts against Luigi Mangione of second-degree murder with components of terrorism.
A frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock, inattention, and intimidation.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch joined Bragg and spoke out against those who have praised Mangione's act.
We don't celebrate murders, and we don't lionize the killing of anyone.
Mangione is scheduled for a hearing in Pennsylvania Thursday, where he could waive extradition and be returned to Manhattan by the end of this week.
Fox's Gernal Scott in New York City. Madison, Wisconsin Police Chief Sean Barnes says authorities are still working to determine the reason a 15-year-old girl opened fire in a study hall at a Christian school yesterday, killing a teacher and a student and wounding several others before killing herself.
Identifying a motive is our top priority. But at this time, it appears that the motive was a combination of factors.
Barnes is urging anyone who may have information on the suspect's feelings to reach out, saying there are always signs before such an incident, and they are looking into her online activity. A couple hundred North Korean troops fighting alongside Russian forces against Ukraine have been killed or wounded in battles in the Kursk region. That's what a senior U.S. military official is telling the Associated Press. Ukraine has said North Korea has sent between 10 and 12,000 troops to Russia. NASA says the two astronauts stuck in space will be there even longer, saying they won't be back on Earth until the spring. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
The New York architect charged in a string of deaths is now accused of killing a seventh person.
Rex Heuermann has been indicted on second-degree murder charges in the death of 24-year-old Valerie Mack, whose remains were found on New York's Long Island in 2000, but not identified until 2020. Suffolk County, New York District Attorney Ray Tierney says officials never stopped investigating.
The lives of these women matter. And, we as investigators, we understand that. Obviously, no one understands it more than the families.
Michael Brown represents Heuermann, who has pleaded not guilty.
He has said from day one he is not responsible for these murders.
Brown says he plans to file a motion to separate the murder charges.
Each case should rise and fall on its own.
In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
The attorney for Rex Heuermann's estranged wife with a statement saying again that she had no knowledge of the crimes that Rex is charged with. A House task force on artificial intelligence has a new report with suggestions and key findings about the path forward on legislation that addresses the emerging technology.
The new House AI task force report makes 66 findings and 89 recommendations in 15 chapters. 12 Democrats and 12 Republicans, led by California GOP Congressman Jay Obernolte, drafted the report. One thing they found is that the future of AI in the U.S. will need a workforce educated in AI.
China graduated last year 3.5 times as many four-year degrees in STEM fields as the United States did. It's likely China will graduate twice as many PhDs in computer science this year. Those should be very concerning to Americans.
Under national security, one of the recommendations is support expanded AI training at DoD. One key finding is that AI has the potential to exacerbate privacy harms. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre among the movies added to the National Film Registry this year by the Library of Congress. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301.
It's here, a fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Good plan. 6 after 9, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And time for an ice cream headache. Go get yourself one of them over at Hapaloa. Go see Tara and her team there and say, it's hot. Ray Gibson sent me over here to get something cool. My recommendations, just because I like the way it sounds, is the soft serve. Their soft serve machine is working, and you can get one of a couple of different, well, actually 3 different flavors. So one flavor is vanilla. The other one is Dole pineapple. And then by the magic of soft serve ice cream machines, they can twist them together. So you can get a vanilla and a Dole pineapple whip thing and enjoy that. Plus, you can also add your favorite toppings on that. And they've got a whole list of it. Pickles are not on the list yet, but they will be soon because the trend lines all say that pickles are going to be in everything in 2025. That's just a fact now. 7 after 9 as we make our way into the Ray Gibson Show.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7 after 9, Ray Gibson Show, and Eric is either coming to the radio station or he's not. That's Eric Plinsky from Guam Regional Medical City. Normally, he is an escort for the doctors that we've got here, but I don't think I need an escort, right?
No.
All right, turn on all of the cameras and let's get everybody up on the screen. 1, 2, 3 of us, and to one degree or another, I'm trying not to, but it's impossible. But I'm trying not to look at their mouths as they answer. As you know, we're just kind of getting to know each other here at the station. They're speech therapists, and we'll go through the introductions. If I do it wrong or give you a rank that's too high or too low, just let me know because I don't know anything about how we rank doctors and therapists and things like that. But I do know that there is a need for speech therapists on Guam. So we'll welcome to the studio in Donna's chair. That's Samantha Scardilli.
Yes, correct.
Love that. And speech language pathologist. On the other microphone, speech language pathologist, Christina Coles.
Yes.
All right. Well, good. I'm so glad to have the two of you in the studio. Sorry I'm keeping you away from urgent work over at Guam Regional Medical City.
We'll let it slide today.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
She has a list.
No, she does
She
not
has
have
a list. Yeah, she does,
So
Ray.
we're starting with that, though. We'll start with that. We'll start with all of that because there's a lot of serious reasons why we need to have speech therapists and pathologists on Guam. But is it normal? Does this happen to you guys in real life when people find out that you are a speech pathologist, that they start over-pronouncing their words?
I haven't experienced that yet.
Okay,
no,
because
I've heard stories.
I'm
from
trying to
other
do it now. I'm trying to do it now because it's like when they bring in the back guys, I'm always, always conscious about my posture. And now I'm trying to ensure that if there's anything about the way my mouth works as I'm pronouncing words and sound is coming out of my mouth, that is not something that you're instantly diagnosing.
Well, we can't promise that we're not, but I will say we're very impressed with your articulation and how fast that you speak. You don't lose any of your sounds.
Yeah, well, it's from years of practice, and I think an abundance of saliva, which has got to be a contributing factor, and spend most of the first hour of the morning drying things out. But anyway, it's one of those things. I first became acquainted. A friend of mine, Rowena, who's been doing this for a long time, as you know, here on Guam, is a speech therapist, and I remember we got into deep conversations because speech, as you might imagine, is important to me as a radio guy, and we got into these conversations, and it kind of threw me the nature of some illnesses will lead to a need for speech therapists. I mean, we'll start with stroke and work our way down to lists, I suppose. Okay. But in the case of somebody, and GRMC, by the way, is a stroke center of excellence here in the Pacific, and among the things that they've got to do is, all right, we see it, we got a stroke, we're going to work on it, we're going to interdict as much as we possibly can, but if there's damages, we need to work through the therapy that brings you back to the way you were, or even better than the way you were before you had your stroke. And a lot of that might be relearning how to do everything with your mouth, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. So as you just mentioned, you know, when you think of speech pathologist or speech therapist, your mind goes directly to communication. But actually, we also work with swallowing and swallowing disorders, which usually people don't think twice about, right? You just kind of grow up swallowing and you never think about it because you think that it's a reflex.
It was a natural thing. I thought it was reflexive.
Right. And so it is. But unfortunately, when something neurological happens, such as a stroke or a traumatic brain injury, sometimes dementia, you know, those diagnoses are including but not limited to, sometimes the swallowing muscles can get impacted. And so it can result in food or drink going down the wrong pipe and into the lungs. Yeah, no one wants that.
No.
Also, there's sometimes some structural issues that can cause that as well. So, for example, you know, if there is a bone protruding from the spine into the throat, you know, you can't really see that without x-ray vision. And so these are some of the things that we might work with as well.
Is that, now, thinking about, all right, stroke is one thing and fairly easy to diagnose if you know what you're looking for. But as you say, in that case where you've got a structural issue going on, is it possible that maybe there's somebody in my life that I'm having a hard time understanding because there are other structural things going on with their mouth and the whole assembly back there?
It's possible, you know, having these sort of symptoms idiopathically or, you know, without any explanation should definitely warrant some workup. And then that way we can kind of see what exactly is causing these issues.
Is that, would it onset suddenly, or would it be something that follows them from birth through childhood into adultery?
Good question. So same thing, it would require a workup because it's not a one size fits all. So, you know, we would have to kind of see, sometimes it is rapid progression, whereas other times it's kind of nice and slow. And so someone might get used to the way that they're presenting, and we might catch it a little bit later.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, over time, all of a sudden, everything becomes normal, and you don't necessarily hear it in your head, or people don't necessarily say anything about it because, as far as they're concerned, you've always been like that. You've always talked like all of that. Christina, where would if somebody show up at Guam Regional Medical City? Where would you be called in? When would they say, okay, we need a speech pathologist here?
So I mainly deal with the outpatient pediatric population. So if
outpatient pediatric,
yes.
Okay, kids.
So Sam deals more with the inpatient adults, and so if there's a child who is referred for speech language evaluation by their pediatrician, then that's when I would take over that referral.
So I imagine this might be easy because we're speaking the English language, but there's a whole lot of people on Guam with ESL, English as a second language, maybe third language. You know, how do you deal with that as a speech pathologist, understanding that there might be different ways that people pronounce words, vowels and consonants and all of that?
So it definitely has to be a disorder and not a language difference.
Oh, I see.
Right? So if it's ESL, I don't work with that because it's not a disability or a disorder.
Right.
Yeah, they're just learning another language.
Some people hook a different accent on something, and then some people might think that's some kind of a.
Okay. There are many different dialects of English, and so we accept those as another way of speaking.
I grew up with a kid. All of my stories begin like that when I was a kid, or I grew up with a kid, and he worked for a little while. He's just somebody that the family had the feels for, and he worked for a little while at the house. And among the first things that I was told was that this kid was going to be coming over and doing stuff in the warehouse, and I was not to tease him about his speech impediment. And I could have been 7 or 8 years old. The first time I'd ever heard the phrase speech impediment. Is that still PC? Can we still use that one?
I mean, I do hear it, but we refer to it as articulation or a phonological disorder.
Yeah, mine's faster.
Not a speech impediment.
Mine maybe a little bit more direct. Sorry, Joe. Somebody writing this morning, pretty girl comes in and all of a sudden my stuttering has returned. Let's talk about that. You guys both chime in at the same time. It's hard for me to describe the nature of his issue, but he had a hard time forming words in his mouth. And then there is stuttering. I knew a guy and a terrific human being, and he had this terrible stutter. And the only time it went away was when he played Santa Claus. He lived with this thing all of his life. But when he played Santa Claus, he was Santa Claus, and he never ever stuttered. And he knew what the kids were saying, and they knew what he was saying. And he'd take off the Santa Claus outfit, and he'd go right back to stuttering. So we got that. We got the lisps and things like that. So you're exposed to all of those things all the time, right?
Yes. So I work with children with articulation disorders, which would include lisps, phonological disorders.
Why is lists pronounced that way?
I don't know.
You'd think they'd make it easier.
It mainly deals with the S sound, right? So you can have a frontal lisp where the air is being pushed out too much for an S sound, or a lateral lisp where the air is coming out the sides.
What about the one with the with the too much like Barcelona?
Yeah, so that would be more of a frontal.
Oh,
lisp.
more of a frontal one. Okay,
Yes.
you can almost sound that out in your head. But so, how once you've identified somebody with one of these issues here, so what is the process to cure them of it or make it a little bit less distracting?
So I would create goals to target whatever the deficit is, and then we would work on the goals in therapy sessions. And usually it's play-based.
Okay.
But it's basically just working on the motor movements to pronounce those sounds correctly, or if it's an expressive or receptive delay, I also work with those.
So, describe a little bit of some of the drills.
The drills?
Yeah, you said it's play-based, so I'm assuming that there must be some kind of drill therapy that you go through so that we can, so that your patient is practicing the right way that the mouth and the teeth and the tongue should be working.
So let's say it's a lisp, okay? So we're working on S. So we would work at the sound level first. So we're just working on keeping your tongue behind your teeth, and you want to focus on the air, skinny air just coming out through the front of your teeth.
Okay.
Yeah, so we work at the sound level, we're just producing that.
Okay.
Okay, and then we would go to the syllable level where I usually have like a spider, and I'll say, what is this? A spider. And so I have the little vowels on the ends of the legs, and the S is in the middle of the spider, and then so we go S, S. Just go through each vowel with the S, and then we put the S in the beginning where we go sa, sa, si, sa, sa. And then once they master that...
This is the part that she didn't want to do, I guarantee it. In the interview, please don't make me do this.
Yeah. Then we move to the word level, and then phrase level, sentence level, reading level, and then basically we're moving to connected speech. We want it to be in their spontaneous speech.
A speech?
Where they're producing that S sound correctly.
Speech pathologist Christina Coles, and I guarantee that all of the processing equipment that we have at the radio station, all radio stations have a certain degree of acoustic processing, and one of the keys is a thing called a de-esser. And I guarantee in the last 2 minutes, the de-esser on our software
going off.
Oh yeah. I got red lights all over the place. This is sibilance is one of those things. So that's kind of a list. But it got me thinking that the kid that I remember from my childhood, I believe he also had a hearing problem. And so to what degree does that complicate things? How now are you able to get them to more clearly enunciate if they're having a hard time hearing in their head or hearing from the outside what it's supposed to sound like?
Yeah, that's definitely a factor. But
you can do it, right?
To an extent. I mean, each speech sound is at a different frequency. So depending on their hearing problem, it would depend on if they're able to hear that particular sound.
Well, I imagine it would be easier with somebody who recently lost their hearing as opposed to somebody who might be deaf from birth.
Oh. Well, yes, because they were exposed and they were able to hear the
might
sounds.
remember what it sounds like, and there's a howling sound that I've got in my head. There's another one, and I don't know an adequate way to describe the experience, but I know people that have had severely buck teeth.
Okay.
And to the degree that that will create some kind of impediment or issue to speech, how other than putting braces on them, is that something that you've run across?
It could impact their speech. We try to work around it, and like I have a kid who has a severe tongue tie, right? So basically underneath the frenulum, there's a piece of attachment to your tongue, and some of them it's very short, so they're not able to move their, the mobility of the tongue is limited. But there are ways to work on your speech sounds. So before, doing intrusive surgery.
Yeah, which would be cutting the frenulum if it's too short. Really?
Yeah, cutting the tongue tie.
But okay, so I'm trying to remember now whether my daughter, we had an issue and we were scared. We had to ask the daughter because my recollection is it was either too long or too short, or it wasn't there at all, and we were worried that there might be something. He said, "Don't worry, it'll grow in," and she's almost as good as me when she wants to talk clearly. So the frenulum is something that most parents will look at anyway, right?
So when I do a speech and language eval, I check the oral mechanism. And so I do a complete check of that.
I'm sure I'm missing something else in this conversation. It'll come to me. But let me switch over to more of the adult size. She's the pediatric pathologist over at Guam Regional Medical City. Samantha, you deal, as you said, with more of the adult patients and the ones that will unfortunately have some kind of a stroke. How did you guys get into this? Where we're both speech pathologists, but we've managed to branch out into different places.
Great question. I'm so glad you asked, Ray. So, speech pathology is such a broad field. There are so many areas of specialty or niches that we can kind of, expertise or have our expertise in. So my path led me to adults, and I actually started out before I even went to graduate school. I was working with pediatrics, and particularly with autism. I was working as a applied behavioral analyst therapist or an ABA therapist, and I didn't even know that speech pathologists worked with not only adults, but let alone with swallowing impairments and such communication impairments that we do. And so it wasn't until I got into graduate school and I got an adult client that kind of fell in my lap on our on-campus clinic, and I realized I absolutely loved working with adults. I really love the puzzle pieces having to be put together. I love solving these problems, a lot of critical thinking that goes into play. I know you were asking, Christina, kind of what goes into play in terms of what therapy might look like for communication for pediatrics. And, that's most of the time where someone is born without a skill and you teach it to them. Whereas for adults, it's something that they might have had at some point, but then lost it as a result of something. And so we have to reteach them. And so for adults, it is a little bit different in that I might categorize our therapy into 3 different branches. It might be rehabilitation. It might be compensation, which is using a little bit of help or a strategy to improve their communication, but the problem is still there, right? So it's like some tools in their toolbox. And then we have adaptation, where, if we have to sort of sometimes accept where if the disease, right? Like let's say if the stroke is so significant, that person might not necessarily go back to their quote unquote normal as they know it, right? So there might be a new level of normal where although we might be able to make a significant amount of progress, it still not might be, who they remember being or who their family members remember them being prior to the stroke.
Can you tie that in with ventriloquism?
I cannot.
The adaptation.
I guess so. So where I was going with that is that for adaptation, you might see people using sort of communication devices, right? So I'm going to use a really famous example. I know everyone or most people are familiar with Stephen Hawking and how at the end of his life, unfortunately, he had ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, which is very progressive and quite unfortunate, and there is no cure. And so with the progression of Lou Gehrig's disease, the person eventually loses the ability to speak and to swallow. And so those patients do fall quite often onto speech pathologists' laps. And so Stephen Hawking was using a computer, for lack of better words, or an eye gaze device is what we call it, where we had a sensory-based sort of like target, we'll call it, in his glasses, and he was able to select on his computer screen the words or the letters, right? Or he was able to operate it with a switch when he still had a little bit of movement with his fingers. And so, as I mentioned before, and I'll keep saying, no person is going to present exactly the same as the other. It is not a one-size-fits-all as much as we'd love to. But adaptation might look something like that, where someone might use a device to communicate, whether it's an eye gaze system or an app on an iPad, or even writing sometimes might work out a little bit better.
If you've got the mobility to do it. The
Right.
reason why I bring up, what's the name of the guy, Joe, that does the infidel, I'll kill you? Who's that ventriloquist? He's been on Guam like a dozen times back in the 80s. It'll pop into your head. Now, the reason why I bring that up was because ventriloquists are supposed to be able to do their act without moving their mouth. It should be imperceptible, and so there's like a ventriloquist alphabet that they train themselves on. So instead of saying A, and plosives are one of the issues. Like B, we know how to say B, but what if you're a ventriloquist and you can't use your lips to say B? So they've perfected an art of a ventriloquist alphabet. So it's more like A D C D E S G H I J K L N L T, and so they swap letters with each other. So you don't necessarily have to move your lips. And I was wondering if that was the nature of the
Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham, thank you very much.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with him, yeah.
that one. Yeah. Silence, I kill you. That is. So he knows me. There's a video of him acknowledging me on the stage, and as far as my kids are concerned, that should have been the highlight of my life. You know Jeff Dunham. Yeah, I do. But anyway, so he's the guy that taught me that. So when you were talking about adaptation, I was wondering if that was one of the tools that you have to be able to make it so that if somebody's got real motor issues with their mouth or their teeth or their tongue, there's a workaround for it.
Yeah, there's something called over-articulation, which is a strategy that we might train someone, and that would be more compensation, as we were talking about. And so for that one, particularly if there's certain sounds that might be impaired, the premise or the idea is that you would over-articulate those sounds. And for someone who has that communication impairment or for that distortion, it might feel kind of funny to them or almost forced, but really for their conversational partner, most of the time it just makes the sound more articulate, right? It doesn't sound more effortful on the conversational partner's side. And so it takes a little bit of getting used to. So in that regard, I would say, yeah, there's some similarities, but I haven't ventured into ventriloquism.
So everybody's going to start Googling it to see,
right?
Because there's occasionally I say something that is completely far-fetched and most of the time untrue, but I don't think that was one of them. I distinctly recall Jeff telling me how to do all of this stuff. I got to say, one of the things that kind of interesting is you guys don't look old enough to have earned titles like speech pathologist and all of that.
Thank you. I'm having an existential crisis.
Are you right now?
So thank you.
How long have you been doing this? I mean, and a long time in school, you start off and do one thing and then gradual school and all the rest of it. What's it take school-wise to get this done?
So you have to do your bachelor's degree. There's only a couple of programs nationally that do an actual bachelor's in speech-language pathology. So typically you have to minor in it and then major in something related like health sciences or perhaps psychology. And then your graduate school program would be more catered to actually getting a master's degree in speech-language pathology. That's usually a 2 to 3 year program that's specifically just catered to speech-language pathology. And then after we graduate, we have to do a 9-month clinical fellowship is what it's called. And so basically what that is we are clinicians. We're practicing on our own, but we do have sort of like a quote unquote supervisor or someone who is, our senior and has more experience to sign off on some of our paperwork, there for guidance if we have any sort of clinical questions. And they do have to supervise us actually in person X amount of times as well. Yeah. And then once those 9 months are done, then we'll be eligible for what's called a certificate of clinical competence, or a CCC, which is in our credentials. And then that's when we are finally speech-language pathologists on our own. And yeah, that's kind of how it goes.
Are there a lot of you in the industry? I was going to say, it sounds like a long journey.
Yeah.
Are there a lot of schools that teach it? Is this a category of clinician that might be in high demand these days? I mean,
yes, absolutely.
I mean, we're talking about the general health and welfare of the general American population,
right.
Which is growing in inches around the waist.
Yeah.
Diabetes and things that lead to strokes are real sinister problems and a growing problem in the United States. So I can't imagine. I must imagine that there is a significant demand for what you two do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
There's
Christina.
a great demand for speech-language pathologists around the world, but especially in Guam, there is a great need. So I was able to complete my studies through a cohort that was started in Guam called Project Epics.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know about that.
A grant was awarded to San Jose State University along with Guam Cedars. So I was accepted as a scholar in Project Epics. And Project Epics stood for Educating Pacific Island Clinicians in Speech-Language Pathology.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very
Kind of a
long
mouthful.
title, but so that's why they shortened it to Project Epics. But there are other scholars who completed the program along with me, and so we have SLPs that are in GDOE, some are in Dodea. I think there's a couple in Saipan,
Okay.
and then I'm at GRMC.
Okay, so my daughter, who is listening, is at USF learning about therapies and kinesiology, et cetera, et cetera. She wants to know, what do SLPs study in college? You laid out a little bit of a broad framework as you move forward, but is there anything else specific that you can help her with? And she's like you; she likes working with older patients. She actually did an interny thing over at Guam Regional Medical City, and within about 2 or 3 weeks of doing that, she's totally switched out her dreams, goals, and desires for adult life. She thought she wanted to be a lawyer, and when she was done working with some of the patients and working with the other therapists at GRMC, she says, "I think I want to be a scrub. I think that's what I want to do, is wear scrubs all the time." So she's a little bit more interested in maybe a little bit more of a high-level conversation about your studies. I'll ask this question: where'd you go to school to learn this?
I was in New Jersey. That's where I'm from originally. And
drone capital of the world now.
Yeah,
yes,
so
yes.
I've heard. It's crazy. But yeah, so I did my undergraduate and my graduate school both at the same university. It's called Monmouth University.
Mm-hmm.
And then if your daughter wants to reach out directly, I'm more than happy to give you my number if she wanted to chat some more.
Yeah.
My bachelor's degree was in health sciences with a minor in communication sciences and disorders, which is speech pathology, just semantics. And then, as I mentioned, then my master's degree was actually in speech pathology.
What about you, Christina?
So I completed the program with San Jose State University. A lot of it was online, but sometimes it was in person. The professors would actually fly out here.
There's a online-y. We can do this online now.
No, it was just a special program that was started.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
but
right.
typically, it was difficult for me to find a program because I didn't have a bachelor's in communicative disorders. So there are a lot of prereqs you have to complete. So sometimes universities will have the prereqs available online, but then for the actual master's program, you have to be in person.
Gotcha.
Or vice versa. So that was a challenge for me. But thankfully, this project was started, so I was able to
get a gig.
Get it in there, yeah.
And now a job over at Guam Regional Medical City.
Yes.
In something that is actually in demand and actually needed around here. I'm a big fan of technology. Give you an example. I had my hearing checked a couple of weeks ago over at Dr. Renee Coffin's place, and she's got tech all over this stuff, all over there's things that you stick in the ear and you look inside, and they've got it all attached to computers and things like that. And I literally could have spent an hour or two in there just looking around and trying to figure out which buttons I get to play with and what this graph means and all the other stuff. Is there similar technology that drives SPL work?
Yeah, so I'd love to go first if that's okay. This is something that I'm pretty passionate about.
Yeah.
So I'm going to focus a little bit on swallowing and swallowing disorders because this is kind of what it pertains to. But someone's chief complaint might be, I'm having difficulty swallowing, I'm coughing a lot when I'm eating and drinking, I feel something stuck in my throat. Well, Ray, I'll be the first one to tell you I do not have X-ray vision. I'm only as good as my equipment and my technology, right? And so similar to how you might go to a lung doctor because of a cough, or perhaps an ear, nose, and throat doctor because you are hearing something wrong with your voice, right? Those doctors will have to do some imaging and some testing to be able to really see what's going on, right? And so similar to us, right, the gold standard of care for us is to do either what's called a modified barium swallow study, MBS for short. That's a mouthful. You can just call it a swallowing x-ray test. And so for that exam, you mix some barium contrast in the food, and then we actually watch people swallow on x-ray video live time. So we can see if there's anything going down the wrong pipe, and we can also see why. And then that will also help better cater our treatment plan. So again, right, not every impairment is the same. Not every person is going to present the same. And so we can really
I'm sorry, I've got the image of skeleton and tissue and chewing and swallowing.
Yeah, you're picturing it correctly.
Okay, and so you just kind of watch where the liquids go and
correct. Yeah, and also so there's over 30 muscles and nerves that are responsible for the swallow to occur as harmoniously as it does, and we don't even think about it. And so again, as I mentioned, when something happens, right, those muscles and nerves might not work the way that we want it to, or perhaps there's something structural going on. And so we would do an exam such as that to see. And we would also test different types of consistencies and viscosities of food and drink to see if there's anything that might be easier to manage. Now, the alternative exam to this, or perhaps sometimes complementary, meaning you might do both of these exams on the same patient to get different information. The other exam is what's called a flexible endoscopic evaluation of swallowing, which is another mouthful. We call it FEES for short.
What goes down my throat? You send a camera down there?
So basically it's a small camera. I put it into the patient's nose and pass it into their throat. And then we actually feed them while that camera's there. And we can see, again, what muscles are not working the way that they should be.
I'm flashing back to when I had my stomach pump when I was a baby.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So they're through the nose. I'm sorry. Everything else that you said after that, I've already forgotten.
You already tuned out. That's okay. So don't freak out.
Through the nose into the throat.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then the camera hangs out there while we feed some food and liquid with some food coloring in it, just so that way we can see better against the tissue.
Okay.
And then same thing, we get to see, if there's anything that goes down the wrong pipe and into the lungs, and then also why, right? So that's really what I care about. I want to know what's causing this impairment, what muscles are not working the way that they should be. And what's wonderful too is that we could really visualize the structures. So for people who, let's say, might say they have difficulty swallowing their saliva, or they're feeling some pain or discomfort, we can see what the tissue looks like, right? And we can refer out to ear, nose, and throat doctors as indicated as well. And so, I believe actually I'm the only provider on island who is completing this exam right now as a speech language pathologist. So this is relatively new that we're doing at GRMC.
So interesting, this stuff. Babies. Wait. You're both speech therapists. You know about the inner workings of the head. Either one of you use a neti pot?
No.
Okay. You know what a neti pot is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're not a neti pot user? Okay. No. Because it goes through all the same places in the nostril and sinus and all of those places that are all interconnected and things like that. Okay, now I wanted to ask, the stuff about old people and the things that they can run into and the trouble that they can get into, that's one thing. Little kids that may be having issues. What about babies? How early can we get into something that's a little bit more of an interdiction, perhaps something that you see in babies born with issues with their palates and swallowing and things like that? How do you deal with all that?
So that it definitely is a need that needs to be addressed on island. I believe a NICU is.
No, we're always short on NICU stuff here.
There's in talks of opening one possibly. But yes, you would have SLPs.
Isn't that hard to believe? They don't even have one at Navy, right? At Navy Hospital, there's no NICU up there?
I think they're talking about opening
one up. Yeah, I think I know. I heard there were a lot of complaints from a lot of mom dependents that were saying this is really something that we need to have around here. Yes. If we're going to do babies at Navy, then we've got to have a NICU.
Yes. So as Sam was saying, SLP. It's such a broad area of study. So there are SLPs that actually study pediatric feeding and swallowing, and would typically work in a NICU.
Yeah. So, I mean, but have anybody come and present baby to you and say the baby can't keep the formula down, any of that?
No, not
yet. Not yet. Well, the challenge has been issued, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. So I'm fascinated with the concept. Again, as I say, I'm a guy that uses my mouth and my words and this voice for a living, and it would pain me a great deal if something were to happen to me that I wasn't able to recover all of this. And it's nice to know that we've got a cadre of specialists here on the island that might be able to help rescue me through all of this, so that I might one day be able to come back. But strokes is a big deal, and it wasn't that long ago that there was a guy on the radio that had a stroke and was never able here on Guam, never able to be able to come back and sound as good as he did prior. His brain was all still there. but all of the stuff that needed to meander through the mouth had a hard time making any corrections. Did I miss anything in the conversation? I know they always give me questions to ask, but I just kind of, on my own, I'm as I said, fascinated with the subject. How do people get to you over at GRMC? Can I just walk in and say I need to see a therapist or a pathologist, or do I need to get...
I wish it was that
process.
easy. Yeah. So we always need a physician's order to start our services. Unfortunately, it's just kind of a legality thing, Medicaid, Medicare thing. I know you had asked also if there's anything else that we wanted to discuss.
Yeah.
I did just want to quickly mention.
There's always a time where I'll forget something important.
Okay, great. So that's why I'm here to fill those gaps. So I did also want to mention, again, going back to that swallowing stuff that we were talking about. Well, first and foremost, difficulty swallowing doesn't mean that you physically can't get the food down, right? The person might have a swallowing reflex, but whether or not that's safe or efficient is a different story. And so we're doing a lot of changes to our speech department and trying to improve our services for the community because of the need. There's so many people out there that really would benefit. Something that really drew me in about working with swallowing and swallowing disorders is that it's so misunderstood. Speech pathology as a whole is a relatively new profession, and we really only came about around World War II, where veterans started to get all of these brain injuries, which would impact their communication. And it wasn't until the 1980s or 90s where dysphagia, which is a medical term for difficulty swallowing, started to fall into our ballpark, and we were deemed those swallowing experts. And so since then, we've made tons of leaps and gains in terms of research, but I think that what was around back then perhaps still precedes us in terms of, how swallowing and swallowing disorders are treated. And so my goal, once I came out here and I kind of saw these things, was that I really wanted to improve the swallowing, the way that swallowing disorders are managed out here. So one of the things that we're doing, we just got approved for some new software to help out with those modified barium swallow studies, or those X-ray swallowing tests that we were talking about.
More slices on the scanner.
Pretty much, yeah. So it's going to take more pictures while the person is swallowing. So because the swallow happens so fast, so there's no room for missing any of that important information. We also are now going to be the only providers on island that are using the only FDA-approved barium that's specifically designed for those modified barium swallow studies. So
what's it taste like?
It's a little chalky.
Okay.
A little bit chalky, but they don't have to eat and drink a whole bunch. And then I'm also, I believe, the only provider on island that's certified in modified barium swallow impairment measurement profile, which you don't have to remember, but that's the only protocol out there to kind of standardize the way that we do modified barium swallow studies. So that way, if I do the modified barium swallow or someone on mainland does
it's portable.
Not that it's portable, but they're inter-rate of reliability, right? So no matter who does it, we'll get the same results, right?
I got you.
And then the barium, why that's important is because there's different types of viscosities and consistencies that we might recommend to someone. And so we want to make sure we're testing the correct thing that we might be recommending. We're also trying to increase more time slots for those outpatient swallowing X-ray tests, those modified barium swallows, because we have quite a bit of a wait list right now. There is definitely a need in the community. We're also trying to sort of spearhead more inpatient therapy. So when the patient is actually admitted for hospitalization because of a stroke or something else, we're really trying to focus a lot more on providing therapy before they leave the hospital and into the community. So that way we can hopefully improve outcomes overall.
So they don't come back.
Right. We get so many frequent flyers, right? And so we want to really get to the root of that. We're doing more modified barium swallows and more fees, those two tests that we talked about, because those are the gold standards. No one has X-ray vision, no matter how good that speech therapist might be. And then also we're working closely with respiratory therapy to hopefully start a tracheostomy team at GRMC, because that's also something else that the island needs.
A what?
A tracheostomy tube, for those who are not familiar, is a tube that has to go into the neck. The trachea when your upper airway is not patent, or you're not able to breathe through it. There might be some sort of obstruction or whatever the case may be. And so that's surgical and doctor thing for the insertion.
You've seen it in movies. Don't do it yourself.
Yeah.
With the guy with the big pen, and they take the thing out and they stab him in the hyoid. And
don't do that. Yeah,
don't do that.
But yeah, so the we do have quite a few people on islands who might have to go on and get one of those, or someone with head and neck cancer, that might be something that they might need. And so there is a need in the community, and we'd really love to fill that that need as well.
A whole lot of moving parts there. Two of the things that I heard in my head, you had mentioned a swallow reflex, and is that different than a gag reflex?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In what way?
So it used to be thought that the gag reflex might be an indicator of whether or not the person can safely swallow, or perhaps whether or not something was going down the wrong pipe and into the lungs when they swallow. But since then, it's actually been found that that is not the case. There's been a lot of research by Dr. Stephen Leader. Actually, a lot of his work goes to it, and he was assessing whether or not the gag was directly correlated to that swallowing reflex and aspiration or lack thereof. And so his findings said that no, they are not. He actually found that what is more of a reliable indicator to look at is tongue movement, cognition, so if the person's ability to be able to know where they are or what happened to them or what their name is, and then also labial strength or lip strength, right? So those three were more of a reliable indicator at predicting aspiration than the gag reflex.
Okay, I think I got it. Most every interview I do always ends up, and we'd already talked about the technology, and you said you've got new software that is coming in. To what degree is artificial intelligence being laid out in the speech pathology area? Is there somebody that is working with, amassing all of the information, making it easier for you to be able to diagnose after you throw in all of the different findings, all the data that you have, the videotape of your swallows? Is there a way that you can send all of that into the cloud somewhere and come back with a couple of roadmaps, a couple of suggestions on where the therapy might take you?
As far as AI goes, my experience with it in and of itself is a bit limited, but I will say that our field as a whole, at least when it comes to swallowing and swallowing disorders, they are trying to shift a little bit more to either like a teletherapy model or apps where you can plug in that information as the speech pathologist, as the clinician, and then the person can go home and then work on what those prescribed exercises are as a result of that sort of app integration.
So that was the question that my friend Rowena wanted me to ask you. How do you support outpatient care? So if you've got somebody in front of you in the clinic and they're there for whatever because they've had the stroke or we're looking into something else, that's okay. They're in there now. When they leave the hospital, how do you go with them?
Yeah, great question. So, there's really not an abundance of speech pathology services in that in-between space after the patient leaves the hospital, right? And so we really would love to bridge that gap and keep that continuity of care. And so recently what the issue has been is staffing shortage, right? And so we've been trying to kind of increase the staffing for speech pathology. So we just hired another member of our team a couple of months ago. And then we also have a travel speech pathologist who's going to be onboarding with us in January for a 3-month contract from the mainland until we can at least fill that position. And so we do have quite a few plans to grow, as again, the need kind of continues, right? I mean, I always say my job is kind of recession-proof, unfortunately, right? In that there will always be a need of speech pathologists. So we really are working really hard to bridge that gap, and we're hoping to get some more really good qualified help.
I could probably do another hour and ask things about, how do we prevent these kinds of things from happening? But unfortunately, everybody, as you say, everybody's different, and all the cases change. And for whatever reasons, you may find yourself with a malady and affecting your speech and your ability to be understood by your loved ones. Nice to know that we've got these speech pathologists here on Guam. Sam, thanks for coming into the radio station this morning.
Thanks for having us.
Christina, thank you for coming by the radio station. Don't talk so much next time. Monopolize the whole conversation.
No problem.
By the way, did I pass? Am I doing okay? Is there anything in my speech minutes that...
I'm going to say something crazy. Nothing in speech pathology is pass or fail.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's good news. Okay.
But you did great, right?
I'll take the middle grade. No sweat. 9:48 in the morning. As it needed to take a break about 20 minutes ago, but we'll do this now. And pretty girl Rocky with the eyelashes is going to come in and take some selfies of us.
Buenas and Hofade Guam, I'm Jonigan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Wednesday, December 18th. Reports of a stolen car ending up in Zotnia also finds a man with suspected methamphetamine. 39-year-old Joel J. Tapasna Santiago is charged with theft of property as a second-degree felony and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony. Both charges are listed with a notice of commission of a felony while on felony release. Court documents state Guam police received a stolen Nissan Altima complaint in Mongmong. The The car was soon located at a Zonia residence, where a homeowner noted Santiago was currently inside. A search of the house found a container with a syringe, a sealable baggie with crystalline substance, another baggie with light blue pills, one with a brown substance, straws, and a smoking apparatus. Santiago allegedly admitted to police the substance was meth and that he assumed the Altima was previously stolen when he took the keys. A detachment of approximately 100 logistics support Marines from the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force have begun relocating from Okinawa to Guam, marking the first phase of a broader realignment effort. This move follows the joint statement of the Security Consultative Committee issued on July 28th. Relocations are being carried out in phases, and no unit headquarters will be included in this initial phase. The relocation is a part of the U.S. and Japan's efforts to strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of the alliance while minimizing the impact on local communities, including those in Okinawa. The construction of facilities supporting this relocation on Guam has been funded in large part by Japan, with up to $2.8 billion contributed to fiscal year 2008 dollars. Marine Corps Base Camp Laws, Naval Base Guam, and Anderson Air Force Base will all benefit from these infrastructure developments. Joint training exercises between U.S. Marines and Japan's self-defense forces will further enhance the alliance's readiness and capabilities. These exercises will take place in Guam and the CNMI, with discussions underway to expand training opportunities. And a major announcement for Guam on Tuesday, the Menengan concentration campsite has been designated as a National Historic Landmark. The Department of the Interior Secretary made that designation. Now the site will have access to various federal grants, aid in preservation, education, and tourism efforts. Guam Delegate James Moylan shared the news Tuesday afternoon, stating, quote, "This site personifies both the struggles of our people during the occupation while representing the resiliency of Guam's greatest population. This designation will place Guam's story in national history books while providing access to resources to ensure the site is maintained for generations to visit and pay respect to." For these stories and more, make sure to visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscasts on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And don't forget to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch us on Peacock. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
Woo! Frank the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crankchetti, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinar.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
They stick it through your nose. It goes in the nose. I can't do that. When I was a little boy, I ate an entire bottle of St. Joseph aspirin because I thought it was candy. Right?
God, they taste great.
They taste so good. Yeah. And when the lady that was supposed to be watching us found out, calls my mom, and my mom takes me to the emergency room over at the Guam Memorial Hospital, the old one. And they had to pump my stomach. I don't know how much they did, but I remember just the whole thing, and as she said, the swallow reflex, the gag reflex, when they had to stick that tube all the way in and do the thing. And among the reasons why I don't touch drugs is because I don't ever want to go anywhere near having to endure all of that. Note from the coffee wife, infusionguam.com. You can order online for pickup in the morning. That way you don't have to wait. You can pay with gift card as well. And if you don't have any gift cards, it's a great gift idea for your friends and family. And for $100, you can get a whole bunch of gift cards, including $10 additional for you. Just go to fusionguam.com on the World Wide Web. 9:53 in the morning. And if you want to know about all kinds of other stuff going on during the holidays, go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. Wondering where you can get pictures with Santa Claus? Right here. It's on the screen. You can look at Photos with Santa, Micronesia Mall Center Court. They got holiday gift wrapping, stargazers, dance troupe, and all kinds of other things that are going on. Full calendar of mall activities at thepoint.gu, Star 101 and Boss 104. 9:53 in the morning. Where's a lady on the phone?
Miss Esther Rios from GCC.
I
But
needed
the one-stop registration.
any available human from GCC to talk about this, because I think it's important, and we've only got a couple of days, in fact, one more day to talk about this, GCC and a one-stop registration opportunity fair that's going to be taking place. Good morning, Esther.
Good morning, Ray. Thank you for having me.
Well, no problem. I know that time is of the essence here, not just on the program, but time to get everything set up and people to get everything that they need to get new skills, up skills at Guam Community College. Tomorrow, what time?
Tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at our brand new Guam multi-purpose auditorium. Many people haven't seen it, so we are excited to have people come and see that. The great things we're doing. Yeah.
Now, this is for all new incoming students, and what are we doing about financial aid and that kind of thing?
Right. So we'll have all the important departments will be there: financial aid, admissions. We'll have representatives from our health office coming in to assist with the health clearance. The one stop is meant to make it a seamless process for students and those that are interested, and that's what we want to offer tomorrow.
Do I need to bring anything with me?
Sure, yes. I mean, we have a list of things, and you're welcome. Anyone interested is welcome to also call us. I'm just going to plug in my number. 735-5641-1121 or 22 is the first number. And if they have any questions about what I'm going to go through right now. So each department may require certain things. Financial aid, we ask for your 2022 tax returns. And W-2 students under the age of 24 are required to bring parents. We're looking for valid photo ID and official transcripts for admissions, your updated health records. We will be looking specifically at the TB test. That has to be done within 1 year prior to registration. And so there are many elements that are needed to get students in. First day of school is January 8th. So we wanted to provide this opportunity. They can come in, and then we'll continue to work with the students from there. So if they don't have everything when they come in tomorrow, at least we're going to follow up with them and make sure that we close the loop on what they need.
Right. And so as we go through this, I'm thinking about children, and not necessarily children, but younger people that are beginning the process, their educational process. What about older folks, veterans in particular? Are they welcome to come by the registration opportunity fair as well?
For sure. Our financial aid office also represents the veteran benefits. They will help them, guide them. Maybe veterans that don't know what benefits they can use can also come in tomorrow to get that information. We definitely want to encourage that. We also, senior citizens age 55 and above can avail of the free tuition. And coming in tomorrow, you'll also find out all the different wonderful programs we have. We have the free tuition program still rolling. We have boot camps that are going on. It's just come in and find out what we have available for you. And we're all going to be in one room, so you get as many questions answered within that time frame.
Exactly why we called, and like I said, this starts tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if things are getting off to a fairly slow start, call in again tomorrow. I'll be happy to put you on the air, and we'll see if we can get more people while they're actually on the road and moving. They might be thinking about it now. And it's a great chance to find out everything that they do over at GCC. If you're not happy with where you are in your life or your job or your work, maybe it's time to get yourself a new skill, and these are the guys that can help put it together for you. And depending on your circumstance, you might be able to do it for absolutely free. And there's nothing wrong with that. Esther, always a pleasure hearing from you. Tell Mary I said hi and Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you too. And I'll be there. Thanks, Joe.
Yep, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I'll see what I can find out. I'll ask the guys. They had a couple of pretty girls from Guam Regional Medical City come in to talk about speech therapy. And somebody online asked me on the Me Machine, which I wasn't looking at the time, what if you're allergic to barium? What if it's something that you're not allowed to take? Is there a workaround for that so that you can still do that thing where you can see...
Sounds like a cop-out, Ray.
The swallowing going on in there.
Cop-out.
I don't know.
You take that barium right now.
Trust me, it's
good for you.
The cure is worse than the sickness. And then Christina B on the radio giggling because I had to be told not to tease. What? I'm sorry. I'm a boy. We don't know these things. I just, I think my grandparents knew that I had never been around anybody with, as they said in the day, a speech impediment. So they didn't know how I was going to react to it. So basically, it was, Raymond, he talks funny. Don't tease him. To which I said, yeah, okay, I'll do my best. But we eventually became pretty good friends. It's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock already in the morning. That's it for the Wednesday show. Back with us tomorrow as we approach Christmas Day. Programming note, we're not working Christmas Day. We're not working on New Year's Day. But all the rest of the time, but me and Real Joe and Norman and Annalisa. Tomorrow, Rai St. Nicholas is going to be taking through us all of the big news and headlines. Hey, if you're jealous of the Micronesia Mall and want your messages on thepoint.gu, just go there and click on community and submit an event, and I'll take care of it from there. It's time for Fox on the Point.
Tended to invoke terror. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is saying about the murder of United Health